Hey, it works. Good evening. What's going on? Twisties, Biff, Halther, Caleb, Samsung. Happy effing Friday. Hey, I know what I forgot to turn on. Death by Muffin, what's going on, Muffin? How are you? How you doing? So fluff? Wonderful to see y'all in here tonight. How has your week been? Has it been a good week? Has it been a crummy week? Is it just glad that it's Friday? Skies are cloudy, so can't really test it, but you focused on the neighbor's house that's 750 feet away. Still has focus room past that. Excellent. Wonderful. Fantastic. Yes, will I be going for the Game Boy Astro Cam instead of the 533mm? It's very tempting. Actually, that looks awesome to see that just someone going for doing something like that, which is ridiculous. But again, I like the ridiculous. Yes, good evening, Caleb. Biff, did I salute with my left? No, this is my right. This is my left. This is my middle. Cloudy weather and your focus wheel is broken. Oh no! Oh no, what happened? Why would you break it? Oh, that's what I was going to change. Okay. I better now played some Godfall earlier. We'll play some more later. Awesome. I was thinking about firing up the Xbox earlier today. It didn't quite happen. Also, I need to change this bot message where it says missed a stream. Go check out the YouTube channel. And then I also realized I think I forgot to upload a VOD and it's gone. And that message triggers the International Space Station. So I need to change that on there. But hey, welcome in.
Holy potatoes.
Good evening, everybody. Uncle Bill, how you doing? For those who are new to the channel, for those who have been here for ages, just in case you've forgotten, I am a potato. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy and pomme de terre avec toi. Godfall released on Xbox yesterday. Recommend if you like looter slashers. Is it on the Game Pass or is it just like a standalone disc? Godfall. Why does that sound familiar? Was it just out on PC or were people going bananas about it? Let's see. No, you don't want to say missed a stream. No. Need to rewatch a stream? Yes, let's do that. Let's need to rewatch a stream. Yes, you do. Kind of like D3 loot with swords in a Warframe style. And sure, have it on PS5. It's on PC as well. I'd have to look at the cover art for Godfall. It sounds so familiar. I'll have to have a look at that one. They said that some kind of grub screw got loose, and so that the force to change the focus will not be transferred to the rail. Tomorrow you have to look for a hex key, which is small enough. So Thor, is it something you can replace? You can fix? Because hopefully it's just something like that is something you can get into the system, and get things opened up and fixed up for you, and be back ready to go, ready to image, ready to to get right back in the game. Because unfortunately for me, this is our game right now. We are looking at some crummy weather, and I was kind of hoping that we would turn to the outdoor camera and we would see some coyotes out there. But I don't see a single coyote. But we did see we've seen them the past couple of nights, and like almost any time of the day. So it's been really no rhyme or reason. All of a sudden we've looked. Oh my goodness! So many things. Holy potato!
I have the mustache.
Oh, my goodness, Rexy, thank you so much for the raid. Full Tilt Mama, thank you very much for the lurk, it's greatly appreciated. Rexy, how are you doing, darling? Welcome, so good to see you today. Oh my goodness, welcome in, Raiders. My gosh. So, right off the bat, we have barely kicked things off, and we're throwing meteors all over the place. How are you doing? What did you get? How was your stream? Oh, you're doing some Skywalker Saga. Lovely. Wonderful. How is that? I have yet to pick it up and play it, but it looks absolutely incredible. You're the only ones. Only ones, Thomas, your friends got lost. Oh, dear. Well, wonderful to have you in here. If those who are not familiar with Rex is the dinosaur, Rexy is absolutely lovely. She is a fantastic Lego streamer and just good vibes all around in her stream. And she's got like the cutest wiggle emote as well. So if you got a Prime sub, drop it over to Rexy and get that wiggle emote. It is so cute. But thank you so much for coming on in. It's a great game. The content and animations are top notch. I've seen some graphic comparisons and just some other little tidbits of gameplay. It looks so tremendous. It's like the Lego game we've always wanted. The Lego Star Wars game we've always needed. Yes, welcome in. Welcome. For those who are new to the channel, I welcome you. As I've welcomed everyone else. Many times I say welcome. I've said welcome too many times. At what point does welcome not even sound like welcome anymore? It just sounds like you're kind of saying welcome. It doesn't make any sense. But hey. Wonderful to have you in here. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. And it is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you as often as possible. Whenever the skies are clear, we're going to be taking some images of outer space. And right now, that's not the case. We have some cloudy skies forecast for every night of the week for the next 7 days. To that, the best thing I can do is moon you. That's really all I can do at the moment. But it's excellent, eh? Okay, so well worth the price of admission for that game. I mean, I've run through all the previous Star Wars games, Lego Star Wars, and it's one of those games that you can just easily relax and play, and you feel stressed about it because you can always go back and find the little extra pieces and collect all your studs. I think it's a fantastic game. The only thing that I feel remiss about is that I didn't get a chance to do the pre-order, so it's not going on eBay for paying hundreds of dollars for a single Luke minifigure. As cool as it would be, I am happy that I did get my Finn Stormtrooper when the Force Awakens came out, but that was a while back now. Hello, Canada. Hello, Scotty. How you doing? Good day to you. How are things, my good sir? There's just so much in the game, and it's one of those. It's just completely open world, isn't it? That there really isn't a direct flow, or can you pick the story mode as you progress through the game? Working and twerking, excellent. My goodness, yeah. I don't know how much twerking goes on here, or at least y'all can't see weight. It's from chest down, so you don't know. I could be twerking the whole time. You feel overwhelmed at times, but it's still fun. There's a story, and all the movies are separate. All right, excellent. I did hear it is very open world, right off the bat, so you can just do as you please in that game. Andy, how you doing? Good evening. Welcome, or good morning. Glad to see you in here. Not much work there, to be honest. Well, if you can chill out a bit, it's always wonderful to have you in here. Well, there's a free play to do open world and use all the characters you collect. Now, not all the characters are available right away, right? You still have to unlock them. There's still that challenge in the game. You have to unlock it. Excellent. Yes, you want to go check out Scotty Rotten. We did drop a awesome raid over to Scotty when he was celebrating his 300 followers, and then proceeded to smash his follower count shortly thereafter. So yeah, go check out some more amazing Lego creator, and just a generally awesome guy to chat with on stream. Thought you thought I wasn't going live today. It's Friday, our regularly scheduled streaming day, unless I'm saying otherwise. We're live, and we are chatting about astrophotography. Tonight is a combination of Astronomy Chat, but I am also no 8-incher. No, it's too cold and too cloudy for that, which is unfortunate. What we'll be doing tonight is the regular Astronomy Chat, but I'm also going to be fiddling with this artwork to get some more done on here, because I did acquire an iron, and if we we can finish this, we can get it all ironed up and ready to put wherever you put one of these things. I don't know yet, but we'll get that going. The 8-incher is covered up still. Unfortunately, the telescope is not coming out today. It is, it just doesn't even look good for for the rest of the week either. This is Sunday was originally looking good, and then the clear weather got pushed to earlier in the day, and now it's like 1 hour of clear sky. What a day today has been. How has today been for you, Andy? You all good for the weekend? Do we really count? To be fair, do we really count weekends anymore? I feel like everybody's schedules and life has gone all over the place. I don't always mark the weekend as the weekend anymore. If anything, I mark the weekend as getting to do this. Is to be streaming on a Friday night. That's what I enjoy. Looks like your weather for the last 5 months. It is just frustrating with that. That's just ridiculous. I mean, with the AX1 launch, yes, they're on their way. We'll jump over to that in just a little bit. Talking about the SpaceX launch and the first all private crew that is going to the International Space Station. So that's pretty cool. You're going to the Grand National today. Your today. My tomorrow. Excellent. I never made it out to the Grand National. Well, do enjoy that. That sounds like that'll be fun. Especially now, you can. Well, it is a little better regulated, at least. Well, it's good to see. Also, a note, for some reason, I cannot get this thing to say 5,000. This is... I don't know. I thought that I had everything sorted out. I refreshed the counter, and all of a sudden it's up to 5,001. So I don't know why it does that. It's your first time. Oh, excellent. Well, enjoy all that. It's nope, Scotty. Get in the beard, sir.
Okay.
Appreciate the lurk. Thank you very much. Like I said, lurks help the Twitch world go round. It's greatly appreciated. One of the easiest ways you can help support those who you enjoy watching on Twitch. And I appreciate that lurk from you there. But yeah, we'll be checking out a little bit of the space news. And some really cool pictures that have come from the Launchpad 39B, where there have been a there's a SpaceX rocket and the SLS on there as well. So that's pretty darn exciting.
By the power of Grayskull, I have
God,
the
Fox.
mustache.
It's this one. Oh, goody. I figured that this is going to be the new voice for this mustache because it just works out so smashingly well. Oh, good. Wonderful to see you, Goth Fox. How was your Friday? How's your Saturday going? Wonderful to see you. My goodness. So yes, there was 2 rockets on the launch pad. It was wonderful. Dunstable Ramsey, astronomy is looking up. It is indeed. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. It has been quite a while. Good to see you again. It is very exciting for space exploration, and earlier today. You like the Timmy's mug? Thank you. It's well, it's not only just Timmy's. It is Tim Hortons Scotland. We went real fancy with that one. That was a few years ago now on our road trip to Scotland, which was pretty darn fun. Yes, there is I think there's at least 3 locations in Scotland, and I think I have like maybe 15 across the United Kingdom. And then it's also trickled down to the United States, so it's getting global with Tim Hortons. Although it does taste different everywhere because you get different water treatment facilities, and it's just, even though you get the Tim Hortons, you make it at home, it doesn't taste exactly the same because maybe they use like a different water filter or they use a different milk. But it's the social aspect of Tim Hortons I love. Friday was good. Got drunk at work. A random couple got caught doing the dew. Mountain Dew in the car park. Oh my goodness. That's all we need is a little global domination from Tim Hortons. Spread Canada all over the world. Wrath Manor the bro. What's going on, Wrath Manor? How you doing? Hello there. Good evening. How is your Friday going? How is your Friday gone? How is your Friday been? You need Tim Hortons again. I'm barely into this coffee and I already need a Tim Hortons again. There's just something, as soon as someone in the house is like, I'm going to put the kettle on. Do you want a coffee? I'm like, yes. Yes, please. Let's have a coffee. I like it. That is a rare achievement. SLS and SpaceX on the same launch pad. Doing good. Excellent. Wonderful to hear, Wrath Manor. Well, that was today's news of the AX-1 mission. So today, Friday, August 8th, 11/17. No, sorry. Wait a second. It's not August. It's not August. Hey, SpaceX. I'm thinking August 8th. Oh, we missed a lot of time here. Tim's is £2.50 after 5 p.m. Oh, really? They dropped the price after 5? Son of a biscuit. Why don't they do that here? I did catch I caught snippets of it. I didn't watch like the entire like start to finish. I did see the launch, and I gotta say it's always very beautiful to watch SpaceX in motion. So on Friday, April 8th at 11:17 a.m. Eastern Time, Falcon 9 launched the Axiom Space's AX-1 mission, Dragon's 5th human spaceflight to the International Space Station. From Historic Launch Complex 39A, LC-39A, at the NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Following stage separation, Falcon 9's first stage landed on the drone ship, a short fall of Gravitas, which was stationed in the Atlantic Ocean. What's going on, Third Rock? You're looking to grow your own coffee now as well. 2 Kona coffee plants for $50. Just become your own ecosystem. Become self-sustaining. Okay, you're going to grow your own coffee, then I would assume you'll roast it as well. The smell of roasting coffee is like this, almost a nice burnt toast kind of smell. It's warm, it's almost chocolatey. You can just smell the coffeeness in the air. It's awesome. Good morning. CJ. Oh my god. You have a Ron emote. That's incredible. Oh my god. That's amazing. Oh gosh, how do you grow coffee? It doesn't need to be incubated or anything. I have no idea. I would imagine that Third Rock would have looked into it because, yeah, it's just like this is the best I can do with plants at the moment. I can keep a plastic Lego plant. Brick Click ASMR. Hello, Brick Click. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory today. I did. It was 12:45 p.m. when SpaceX went live. You watched it all. They have a fantastic. They got a fantastic crew there, and just like again, their production value is incredible. Yes, Brick Click. Hello, how you doing? Welcome. Welcome. Good to see you in here. Wonderful to have you with us today. Usually we're taking some live images of outer space, but when the weather is looking like this, we're unable to do this, so we do this. Coffee is a seed inside the pea berry, and yes, looking into growing plants. You want to grow everything you eat and use. We have a greenhouse too. I never thought I was so obsessed with the hot peppers, but I never thought of coffee. You have piqued my interest. All right. Yes, please keep us updated on that. Whoop, I've hit a button. No. There we go. But yes, no, definitely would want to, like I said, I want to do said hot peppers, but at the same time, how interesting would it be to get coffee? Also, yeah, I couldn't not do that. I gotta say, CJ, you are the first person to successfully make me do that. You got a cup of tea? Excellent. What kind of tea do you like, Andy? Do you like Earl Grey, Orange Pekoe, English breakfast? Do you choose your teas based on the time of day? Usually, for coffee, I start off the day with a dark roast. Like let's get that caffeine in there. Do what? Do what? Yeah. Now I have a Ron too. Yeah, also this. Also, I can do this now. Dark roast all day, every day. I almost find like I'm almost disappointed by a light roast. A Yorkshire tea. A proper brew. You have strawberry and cucumber green tea all the time. Ooh, that sounds like it's almost refreshing. Most expensive fecking emote of all time. Oh, wait, bot, you can't do announcements. Why the bot doing announcements there? How dare it? Someone dropped 5 gift subs last Friday and then subbed with Prime. Excellent. You never know when things, you know what, you can't dictate when things are going to happen. Who's going to do what. And you know what, again, this is just the crazy ride we take on Twitch. Always appreciative of just having people in here. Now that being said, we do have chip nuts now. We do have the ghost pepper chip nuts. So, but we have to finish off this bag first before we can go into the chip nuts. It is crazy. It's bananas. It's unpredictable, and just always know that if you keep your head high at the end of a stream and be proud of what you've done, then there's the success. You went and picked up 337.6 liters of soil today. Of soil. You thought it was you that subs, not the streamer. There are times when it can be the backwards day. You're gonna have to do a lurky lurk off to London tomorrow. No worries. I appreciate Lurk Fox.
Okay.
Enjoy your day in London. Enjoy your day in London. Stay safe. Enjoy your travels. But always wonderful to have you in here. Now, one thing I've been keeping my eye on is the bit rate. Because I'm wondering if it is actually OBS that's doing something funny, or if it is actually Twitch altogether. I'm not too sure. But yes, it's been. I do miss going into London, and even where we were in Colchester back in the UK. It wasn't always a quick trip into London. We were off the underground line, so we'd have to take a train in. And on some days, you could be spending like £160 return ticket. And it's like, I'll drive, and I'll pay the congestion charge and still get a cheaper day out of it. In the greenhouse, we're going to have give bees a home. The bees right now, essentially, the hives aren't really active at the moment. When the beekeeper came by, she pretty much cleared them all out. Unfortunately, a lot of her hives didn't survive. So when she comes back, they will be bringing in new hives. What kind of nuts? What kind of nuts? Yeah, can for the nut? A nut off? No, am I reading that right? No, we're not having a nut off. We have our ghost pepper peanuts, which is I counted them out. There is pretty much exactly 500 bits worth of nuts left in there. And then we have our chip nuts, which hold together much better than the other ones. We rarely have any split chip nuts, so that's a little easier to take in, to get as many of those nuts in as possible. I just gave a bee some water, then put them in your strawberries. You're also allergic to bees. Like, horribly allergic to bees. I don't think I've ever actually been stung by a bee. I've actively avoided being stung by bees, and so far, so good. I can imagine it's going to change when bees are back on the property. Possibly. But we'll have hives kind of in the one spot in the yard that you can kind of see pretty much straight below. Actually, no, I can point to them. There are the beehives over there. That's not a bee on the screen. That is just my mouse moving around. If it was a bee that size on the screen, that would be like a 3-foot tall bee. No, thank you. But it seems that winter is done. However, I say that. Next Thursday is apparently supposed to be like 19 degrees Celsius. And then 2 days later, -2 degrees. I don't know. Last time you got stung, you had your wrists swollen up to the size of a grapefruit and you had to get a steroid shot. Okay, that's pretty damn allergic to a bee. Oh dear. Well, hopefully that is the kind of the last time. I love what SpaceX comes up with for the drone ships. It is very clever. So which one? This one is the short fall of gravitas. I do like the I did like the drone ship. Of course, I still love you. I did like the name of that one. So this was the first all-private human spaceflight mission to the International Space Station. The AX-1 crew will participate in educational outreach and conduct innovative research. Okay, there's a link on that. I can see what they're going to do. Innovative research experiments while on the orbiting laboratory. Live webcast coverage will resume approximately 2 hours before docking, which is targeted for 7:45 a.m. Eastern Time or 11:45 Universal Coordinated Time. Saturday, April 9th, follow Dragon 1 and the AX astronauts' flight to the International Space Station below. And they do have the position of where they are relative to the International Space Station. So in a few hours' time, actually pretty much in about 12 hours from now, they will begin docking with the International Space Station. So on its flight to the International Space Station, Dragon executes a series of burns that positions the vehicle progressively closer to the space station.
Holy potatoes!
To the station. Oh, look! It's my YouTube videos. SI3D, what's going on? How are you? Good to see you tonight. We are looking over what is the latest update on the Crew Dragon to the International Space Station. They said they're going to be exiting a series of burns and positions that will position the vehicle progressively closer to the station before it executes the final docking maneuvers, followed by pressurization of the vestibule hatch opening and the crew ingress. Hidely ho, neighborinos. Good to see you in here. You got to go for now. Good night, everyone. Good night, Halthor. Good night, good sir. Thank you so much for joining us. Wonderful to see you in here. Also, if y'all haven't dropped a follow over to Astro Halthor, doing some astrophotography, imaging, and processing as well, and also playing a little bit of Phasmophobia. Oh my goodness. All right, there has been also, I've seen a massive update to Phasmo, and it's been a while since it has truly been a long time since I played Phasmophobia. Probably more, no, I wouldn't say that. I still haven't played Kerbal Space Program in quite a while. But we will be actually this coming Tuesday on our new Tuesday night streams. We will be partaking in Kerbal Space Program, and I say that, but I probably really should make sure that I have everything up to date on Kerbal on the system, so we're not waiting, farting around for that. That we can actually kind of get in and pardon me, get in and start to. Well, I also need to do is make that Kerbin death counter. So what are they going to be researching? What do they got going on the AX-1 mission? So you got the tessellated electromagnetic space structures for the exploration of reconfigurable adaptive environments. It's a multi-year research program exploring self-assembly methods for in-space construction, named after the small tiles and the ancient Roman mosaics in the modular tesserae. The tesserae tiles can join to create larger structures. Tesserae tiles pack flat for launch. Once activated, they form a robotic swarm of autonomous, self-assembling units used for on-demand construction, with future applications ranging from extra room on a space station to parabolic mirrors to a home on other worlds. The prototypes launching on the AX-1 mission include an extensive suite of sensing and electro-permanent magnets that monitor diagnostics, provide insight into the quality bonds between tiles, and drive conformations. This scale demonstration will build on previous microgravity evaluations of the tesserae. The tesserae experiment to explore a new frontier in in-orbit construction of satellites and future space habitats. Russ, what's going on? How you doing? Earth should try to move CO2 from Venus to Mars, and then we get 2 planets at the right temperature if we do it right. Imagine the giant siphon hose that would have to be connected to the 2 planets. My goodness. How you doing, Russ? Good to see you in here. Thank you so much for joining us today. We're just looking at what the wrong window. What is the experiments are going to be taking up to the International Space Station, the first all-private mission. What else are they going to be doing? Modeling tumor organoids in low Earth orbit in collaboration with the University of UC San Diego and the Stanford Consortium for Regenerative Medicine. You got an ad on Facebook for a FARB. What's a FARB? HKKBS. Welcome in. Thank you very much for the follow. Can't we shoot CO2 as ice from one planet to another? I see. Well, yeah, you probably could. I think it would be it's more monumental to have a giant tube. You ever see Spaceballs? I think it's something like that. Just encapsulate everything and then just use like Mega Maid to bring everything over from Venus to Mars. I mean, but it would be interesting. You see, it's the someone to do a deep dive into the sci-fi world on that and create a story. What would consequences be? Like, how long could Venus sustain that before returning to their runaway greenhouse effect? How long could Mars hold on to that atmosphere? Would it be long enough that we could use Mars as a reliable waypoint and then go farther out, buy that extra time to be able to live on the surface of Mars? I think that'd be interesting. The stories that come out. If I was a better story writer, that's about as far as I can present the ideas, and then everybody else has to run with it. That's what we do. You've often wondered what happens to the second stays. Mars has no magnetosphere. And that's it. There's no Van Allen. There's nothing to protect Mars at this point anymore. Venus is almost a perfect size compared to Earth, much better than Mars. It would be nice to get Venus to the right temperature. Imagine we could. But again, how accurate of a sci-fi movie could you create? And it would obviously need to be like a generational kind of cast that would be creating those experiments. So what else are we doing? Using human cancer stem cell in nanobioreactor model, a vessel that accelerates cell growth conditions and cancer stem cell reporter system. This investigation will leverage the accelerated aging aspects of the microgravity environment to evaluate early pre-cancer and cancer changes in tumor organoids. This cellular biology project is focused on identifying biomarkers for early detection and supports future aims for cancer stem cell research on the ISS. The AX-1 crew will study cell samples under a high-resolution microscope to determine cell cycle activity in cancer growth. Even if we could make a new atmosphere that humans need, the solar winds would just blow it away. I often wonder what happens to the rocket on the second stages. On the second stage of, like for the SpaceX launches, like when they have the stage separation. I want to say it just ends up being amid the detritus that's already up there, but it's very much smaller. Now, Titan. See, some of the other planets' moons would be could be more interesting than the planets that we have already, I wouldn't say extensively researched, but it's much more easier to say that, hey, we're going to spend money to go to Mars. Mars is like so much easier to see, so much closer, so much easier to fathom. Whereas if you say you're going to be heading out toward Jupiter or Saturn to check out one of their moons. What else I got in here? The JAMS photocatalyst, in collaboration with JAMS Tokyo University of Science and Tokyo University of Agriculture and Technology. The Japanese Manned Space System Corporation, JAMS photocatalyst air purification device will launch on AX-1 for a technical demonstration to verify the performance of the improved filter. This experiment will also deploy a control device without photocatalytic LEDs to evaluate the JAMS photocatalytic filter. With an improved air filter, the JAMS device will be able to clean the air on the ISS and remove cabin odor, using the power of light to safely convert volatile compounds in the air into carbon dioxide and water with the goal of improving the quality of life for living and working in space. JAMS will be the only Japanese company with research on the AX-1 mission. I don't think in at least Tim Peake's book did he ever mention what it smells like on the International Space Station. I'd imagine because they are cycling air regularly through the system. What if black holes are Dyson spheres? Someone asks you. Then we had been looking at other civilizations for a long time without knowing. No, I wouldn't. No, Dyson spheres. Just seeing CJ's message as well. They are incredibly large structures that could be seen and observed, whereas black holes themselves are directly unobservable. You can just see the effects that black holes have. Now, there's also the hypothesis that could be of a Dyson swarm. So it wouldn't need to be an entire sphere encapsulating, but structures that could move as needed to depending on where they need to be, shifting in and out to gain power and transport power away from the whole structure to whatever planet that they are, or whatever mining area that they're going to. So not only just like not an entire mega structure that would need to be constructed, but at least something that could be a little more modular. There is, I'm listening again to the book Astronomical by Tim James. And it's one of those audio, it's a book, but it's also the audiobook. And it is just, there's more that you want to just start to learn about after you've heard a certain chapter. As well detailed as everything is, it's well detailed, well documented, but there's always further research or further information you can try to glean from hunting down more details in the chapters. I think it's a really good book that I end up re-listening to chapters over and over again, largely because I'm concentrating on driving. But then it's like, okay, what did he say about, like, he would talk about like the rings around Saturn will eventually, well, the orbit will deteriorate for the rings of Saturn, and Saturn will no longer have rings. But before that happens, Mars will get its own ring system.
Every star will die, including our own sun. And eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero. But TGIF, am I right?
The words of encouragement, the brightness, the bright outlook on the future from Jay Tenko. What if there is a huge tech gap and they're able to make Dyson spheres so they look like black holes for us? Could it make sense that there was a big sun in the middle of our galaxy, but we wouldn't be alive if they hadn't put it in a Dyson sphere? I mean, if you want to, like, using that as for a science fiction title, but like black holes have been observed and measured as best as possible in pretty much every galaxy, save for a fair handful of other galaxies that don't have like these supermassive black holes at the center. To make life possible. I mean, it would probably make for a very fantastic story. I know that there's so many things that we want to see, that we want things to be true. We would like to have like a simple, although even elaborate kind of explanation to why the universe is the way it is. However, the universe is under no obligation to make sense to us. And that's where we want to create some kind of logic. And you feel that that's a lot where science fiction does stem from, by creating these explanations, and be it extraterrestrial or the fantastical, that create things that we don't have the exact answer to. Not a Hobbit, how you doing? Good evening. Hello, Hobbits. When you say Dyson, I keep thinking of a Dyson Hoover. I keep thinking of that as well. I do. I don't picture like there is like a whole bunch of Dyson vacuums hanging around stars, but it's one of those things. Also, I think of Terminator 2 with Miles Dyson, and watching the Terminator pull his arm off. I think that was like the most disgusting thing I had seen as a kid. Love it. You're doing well. Excellent. Wonderful to see you in your Hobbit. Hopefully you've been having a good week. When you hear Dyson Sphere, you keep thinking of Star Trek The Next Generation episode Relics. See, everybody has a different picture in their head How you doing, Nova Charter? Good to see you in here, sir. If y'all are looking for some wonderful early morning, well, mid-morning, early to mid-late morning streams on the East Coast, go check out Nova Charter. Do a little marbles on stream for Friday. Always fun to hang out in there with Nova Charter, a little cute girl, and Spock the pup. I've seen the headphones they came out with. What, has Dyson come out with headphones? Do they suck or blow? I left too long of a beat for that one. You can wordplay with it. Dyson Sphere, dies on sphere, die soon sphere. Probably good. You want to do some wordsmithing with it. But yes, it's yeah, always interesting to see. And I like the what I also like is just the creativity that can come out of discussions, and where people can make some interesting sci-fi stories or films or books or anything that's wanting to just bring a little more attention to something in space. And the closer you can get to the actual science, you can tell that richer story, but it's getting all your facts straight and then distorting them at your leisure will make these sci-fi stories that much more interesting and grounded in the actual physics. All right, we'll have a look at that in a second. Just seeing what else they have for what they're taking up to the International Space Station. So, Translational Research Institute for Space Health, TRISH, is conducting a biomedical research on each crew member, both before the launch and after their return to Earth. A variety of data will be collected, including physiological data, a battery of cognitive tests, balance and perception tests, and visual acuity tests. Increasing human health and performance is the goal of TRISH's EXPAND, Enhancing Exploration Platforms and Analog Definition program, which compiles health data from private spaceflight into a centralized research database and broadens understanding of how space impacts human health and how to prepare humans for the demands of long-distance and long-duration space travel, including to the Moon and eventually Mars. So Axiom Space is guided by the vision of a thriving home in space that benefits every human everywhere, the leading provider of human spaceflight services and developer of human-rated space infrastructure. Axiom operates end-to-end missions to the International Space Station today while privately developing its successor, a permanent commercial destination in Earth's orbit that will sustain human growth off the planet to bring untold benefits back home. More information about Axiom can be found at axiomspace.com. Go check out axiomspace.com. It's axiomatic, folks. Now I want to see that episode. Next Generation is on Netflix or Amazon Prime. It's not Disney, is it? Now I gotta watch that episode. Relics, you say. We'll have to check that one out. I have not seen any of Picard, so no spoilers on that. I have not watched the second episode of Moon Knight. No spoilers on that. I have watched Book of Boba Fett. No spoilers on that, but it's awesome. A lot of TV to catch up on. And also catching up, like, what is this Dyson headphones? What do they do? Air purifying. No. Is this one of their April Fool's jokes? this... I mean, it seems like it would be something that they would do, but at the same time, it's like... Live chat. Are you serious? It just seems... It seems like something they would do, but also in the same vein, it feels very April Fool's-y. They're supposed to be removing TNG from the US Netflix. Not sure if it will be available in Canada. At the moment, I can't check. For some reason, my shoulder camera has decided to say no. That one still works. What are you doing here? I bet you the phone died. No? Still on. What is it doing? Droid cam is active. Yes, droid cam. That was weird. Right. And as I said that, I probably could have looked on Netflix on the phone right there. But we're not. It's an actual thing. Well, that's is very interesting. So does it have that whole face shield on it? Does it sit like a mouth guard? Contact-free visor. Yep. High fidelity audio. I don't know. I will... And how much are these headphones going to be? Like $800. Interesting, though. You know, Enterprise, what we win if we get the connection to aliens. I don't know if I would want to enter that contest. That one seems like it would be very... That contest would be a risky click. So, some updates. Some updates that we are looking to do is... Actually, I do want to update is I need to check out how Kerbal Space Program is going. If we need to do an update on that one. However, I do want to do a little more of this and kind of treating today as our... You know, a free chat on, well, you know how things degenerate anyway. Yes, we always talk about astronomy, but also at the same time, it comes back to what have you eaten tonight? What food has gone in your belly? What has been a delicious treat you've eaten? Why do we send radio signals to other solar systems when we don't know if it's safe? You don't get it. I guess it's just making that first contact. And the thing is about sending it to other solar systems, I guess that would be the better bet. But it's just that you can there's been time for the light to reach us from our nearby solar systems, and so far it has turned up nothing. Although the count of exoplanets has gone past 5,000, has exceeded 5,000 exoplanets that have been confirmed. It's just the unbearably slow rate that these signals travel. Yeah, they're traveling at the speed of light, but when everything is like years, decades away, it's an incredibly long round trip. American Chris Hansen, you're eating a ham and cheese sub with mozzarella sticks. Ooh. We had fish and chips for dinner. It was pretty decent. There were spicy chips. Now, I say spicy. Well, the bag says spicy. Everybody else would say, "Ooh, they had a bit of a kick." And here I am sitting them like this is just potato. This is just regular potato on this. They tasted all right. I can still taste the flavor, so I know I haven't burnt my taste buds off. I still feel the pain. I don't know if you're keeping well. American Chris Hansen. So what we are continuing on, because I had a lot of fun building this, constructing this on Tuesday. I say building, I'm just placing beads. I don't know if it's so much building. But I figured if I can get a little more progress completed on this project, I can put to use the iron that I now have, so that we can at least get this off the desk, because we'll need the desk space come Sunday. So I imagine it's probably going to be a couple more days worth of putting this together. If you split the name SETI Institute, I read in Norwegian, the name is Sea Time in Path Beep, maybe a hint from aliens. With very high tech level or just random. Probably when they set up SETI. I don't know if they're going into it as deeply as that. It's an awesome coincidence. It'd be fantastic if it was a deeper. Oh, imagine that landed in the spot where it needed to. If it was a bit of a deeper meaning. You have a Twitch Prime thing available when your current subscription is over. You promise to use it here. I appreciate that, Chris. I really do. But also, if there's someone who has some other cool things you want to do, that is completely all right. These are a free choice, but hey, I appreciate it. Did I get an iron? I did. Is this purple or not purple? I did. As it so happened, my mom, Baba Zelnik, who we see on chat here, she had an iron she no longer needed. And I was just mentioning about the project that I was working on. She's like, I have an iron. I'm like, seriously? You don't need it? She's like, where am I going to go? I don't need an iron right now. So, yes, I have acquired an iron. So if I can probably guarantee we're not going to finish this one tonight. But we will get much closer to our target, to our goal of finishing this. Make sure I was looking at the right thing. This is the orange. It's the not. This is like the really orange, not the somewhat orange. So we'll probably add a few more lines on this, but it's a fun little project. I found it very overall relaxing, and I was thinking about doing a little more off stream, and then I figured, we ramble on about things here anyway. Why not keep talking about what's going on in space and all the other interesting tidbits we can try to glean from space exploration and everything else that we love to see. This is the almost not purple. It's not the purple, it's the almost purple. And we'll continue on this because, well, quite frankly, it's my stream and I can do what I want. And I would love to have I would like to have a project that we kind of finish in a reasonable amount of time, so there isn't a whole lot of waiting around for this project to complete. Now, I was also alluding on Tuesday's stream about having some interesting news to share. The news is still going to have to wait. As with all things, things don't move as quickly as they used to, but that is completely understandable. And I await updates for said really vague information that I can give you guys at the moment. Your Facebook, you're going there, your Facebook got an ad for Disney Plus, and it's a 15%. Yeah, what is 15% off for Disney Plus? That's not a bad deal. What tech would you try to invent to win the universe? Best AI or mind control or something else? Not mind control, but not mind reading, but being able to like a universal translator, both omnidirectional, so that we can understand if the day comes of meeting someone other than us. So there can be no miscommunications. So you can know right away. You'd invent an AI. We, like I said, it is for better understanding of each other and knowing intentions. Because sometimes, who really wants to play a guessing game? Who wants to play a guessing game, especially with intergalactic... Are they intergalactic interlopers, or are they just as curious as we are and just really want to know more and fulfill that curiosity? A good AI could probably translate communications. You know what? Give me C-3PO. I'd be happy with C-3PO. Do I believe in the paranormal? Not anymore. I don't disparage those who do, because we're all entitled to our own beliefs. However, yes, when I was younger, ghosts and zombies and ghouls and goblins were a genuine concern. Right up there with thinking that quicksand and catching on fire regularly was going to be a much larger problem in life. But as I say, just as new information can be gleaned and just ways of thinking have changed, no longer. You believe in space butts? Oh, 100% space butts are real. But though I not believing in the paranormal doesn't mean I don't get creeped out. I don't get I don't get chills while playing horror games. Like, I will still allow myself to become immersed in those situations and essentially harken back to the childhood fears of the boogeyman. What do I think about Oumuamua? It's sped up. I mean, you know, like off-gassing can contribute to that. I know. So I know we all want people want Oumuamua to be an alien craft, but unfortunately, you see how everything else, like how what about us would be interesting to those who are capable of interstellar travel. If they have that, there's absolutely nothing we could offer that could satisfy those with. Well, actually, no. Probably we do have Burger King, so maybe that or Taco Bell. But that's about it. I think that's about as far as our resources could go. How on earth did they spot Oumuamua? The funny thing was with Oumuamua, they didn't know it was there until after it passed. And that was at one of the observatories in Haleakala, Hawaii, that did discover it after it went by. And it was moving at such a tremendous rate that essentially there wasn't enough time. They didn't even know it was on its way. So thanks to the data that was gleaned. Loki Johnson, thank you so much for the
water,
follow today.
water.
Chris, thank you very much for the hydrate. The space cigar, forgot all about that. Now, I ended up doing a fairly extensive report in university, and this was talking about the importance of graphic representations, of visualizations for astronomical discoveries. And in the case of Oumuamua, all they had was the data and the light curve indicating that this was an elongated object. It was tumbling, and based off of how it was reflecting, they could tell that it was an elongated object. Originally, that was it was more of a 3-to-1, like most asteroids, kind of more potato-shaped objects. And then once they were able to get more information, then they did realize that it was a longer it was a longer bit of space rock. Yes, Loki, hello, welcome in. We have many forms of the Prince of Asgard in here now. Yes, hello, welcome in. So I don't believe in the existence of UFOs. UFOs, we didn't say it wasn't paranormal. UFOs, as in, when you say UFOs, I'm assuming that is like aliens from another world. The universe is vast, and there have been billions of years available to those other civilizations that could have been around much longer than we have. Also, how many times could that have happened where that signal has passed us by and we haven't had the technology, and they've passed over us and we didn't even know? I wouldn't hold my breath for UFOs, although the fact that we exist, how could it be that with the billions upon billions of galaxies and trillions of stars, that we're the only ones here doing this? It would be a colossal waste of space. If you get the connection with aliens, will they open up with a hello or tests? You bet tests. Perhaps even just the advent of hello would be a test in itself. And I think it's, you look at, I guess, the aggressiveness that comes with so many of the movies. I mean, again, it's all the science fiction, the how we would imagine we would react to knowing that there's life out there, and the fact that we would it's just, what would the knowledge be that, okay, now we're not alone out here? How much does that really change people's day-to-day lives? like to ask if it's possible about the Alcubierre drive. I'm unfamiliar with that. Do you have more information? It's always interested to learn more about. See, I do I have my finger on the pulse of everything in astronomy? Short answer, no. But do I like to dip my fingers in different areas of astronomy? Yes. What do I love most about astronomy? Is the astrophotography aspect and learning a little more about the objects that we do have in our viewfinder, what we're looking at. Now, in terms of space exploration, I do like to share some of the launches that do occur and which ones are kind of, I feel like, fit best within the theme of the channel. And yeah, as far as like kind of the hypothetical, the theoretical, the hypothetical engines and constructs that could be built and possibly utilized, is still it's not the forte of what I know, but I'm always interested to find out more what other people are engaging with. You read on Reddit, someone suggested UFOs was language, not ships. It was it's crazy though. You never looked at it from that point. Someone suggested UFOs was language, not ships. I don't quite catch that. I slightly see what you're saying, but how do you mean that it is? Now, if you elaborate on that, I feel like there's like we're close to something on there. That it is just the like the idea. Yeah. Blue, not purple, black, not purple, and it's black right across. That's a form of low-level communication. Just the fact that the UFO is there is the language of other civilizations. Is that what you mean? That having an unidentified flying object, that language is forcing us to make it become an identified flying object. Your brain and butt equally hurt. Yeah, CJ, you want one of these? To really, really drive it home? Now this is so what we've added to the stream is basically a life bar to the ghost peppers. And it's not to say that the type of pepper on offer won't change. It is more that the my local supermarché does have a copious amount of ghost peppers available. So, and that's like the hottest one I can get at the moment, but I wouldn't be adverse to locating a scorpion or a reaper. It's a theory, and the scientists do some ship's modelization from Alcubierre. Am I saying it wrong? Because I'm really good at doing that. Theories that they think that we could exceed 10 times the speed of light with this theory. Green Jenny, hello, how you doing? I feel like Green Jenny, the conversation that's been going on as of late would almost be like right up your alley. But is this a Canadian light bright? This is a perler cap set. A little different from the traditional perler sets. that you can see the hole right through the bead. So it does create that, well, that kind of look here, where this ends up being a flattened cap, which should make a nicer overall look to the mosaic. Alcubierre, okay, we're saying it right. So you're making a hat. Really, well, we have, if anything, we have like hundreds of tiny hats. I exceed the speed of light, just showing up as well as violating terms of service at the same time. I was trying to think of a poem to say for you, Gandalf. There once was a screen name called Gandalf. That's about it. How are you, Gandalf? Good to see you in here as well, Green Jenny. Wonderful to see you again. So yes, this is the it's some space-based art that we started on Tuesday, and I figured it was well, good enough to continue on a Friday. Alcubierre drive requires exotic matter, like stuff with negative mass. There you go. Uncle Bill would be. Uncle Bill's got it. You got your finger on the pulse of that too, right? Andy, you're gonna get some sleep and get some shut eye. No worries. Have a good night. Thank you so much for joining us, Andy. Why can't we just spin a satellite up to very fast speed in space and let it go when spinning when the speed is very high? Then it'll travel very fast through the closest star. I don't know. That is a question. Tropical Geek, OMG, 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 OMG. How you doing, Tropical Geek? If y'all want exotic matter, go see CJ after class. You like this a little bit, Tropical Geek? How are you? How are you doing? We are doing something a little in the similar vein of Lego. So we have our Lego dots set up here. We have our Lego dots set here. We have another smaller Lego dots sign, and I have found that it is very fun to create some interesting things. These ones, what we're doing today, is a little more on the, I guess, more the lower budget side of mosaic art. And these are perlers, which you iron after you're finished, so you can kind of melt it all together in some gigantic flame on an iron, apparently, I'm thinking, and we create some art with it. But yeah, there's still things that we do with our Lego dots as well. But good to see you, Tropical Geek. You're getting into it. I love the amount of fonts that you can create with all the pieces with the Lego dot sets are amazing. Like stained glass, except stained plastic nubbins. Yeah, exactly. It'll be interesting to see how these ones turn out, because overall, like most of the perler sets, they have all the little holes in there. But these ones have that flat cap on the other side. So it combines, what I like about it is that it combines that flat stud of Lego look, but on a little more of an accessible budget. However, it's still it's 32 by 32, and it is taking forever to place all these beads. Maybe if I just like ignored everybody and just placed everything in, that would probably get done a lot quicker. But where's the fun in that? Lego transferred to Norwegian is go laugh, and Google is go and laugh, and Apple is app laugh. No, I thought it was Lego was Dutch. Was or was for good build or good play. Can we vote on which color to put next? At the moment, I haven't thought that far ahead. What was done earlier, there was the vote that was given for what set we have, because there is the caps of the space for outer space portraits. We also have a gigantic Batman, and I'm putting it in a very precarious position. And as well, there is another space shuttle. So what I like about that one is that you essentially are creating this flat art and then attaching it all together to create a 3D piece, which seems kind of cool. So that was the choices that chat had on Tuesday, and they went with the space portrait for the first one. Probably thinking that, oh yeah, he can finish it in one stream. Baloney. Lego is Danish because they're in Billund, Denmark. Yeah, I don't listen to myself often. Astro Printer, what's going on? Yes, we got cloudy skies again. Look at this. Look at this. And it's actually it's a little it almost looks frosty out there as well. We can't win with the weather at the moment. I try very hard never to say never or impossible, but when you show me something with negative mass or energy, then maybe you'll get your hopes up. And your fears, because FTL by definition also violates causality. It is time travel. Clouds, it's all over. Cold year, it's all over. The weather, it just feels like we are, oh my god, the amount of weather that is, how it's playing up. It is so frustrating. The flashing red light, that is a cell tower about 3 kilometers away. And it's really only visible in, well, so far I've seen it during the winter months. It's slightly visible in the summer once everything is in full bloom. But it's yeah, the only little source of light that we can see out towards the north. It's low enough on the horizon. Although if we could pick it off, imagine going through all those trees and then nailing that light. It's Lego. We good. Exactly. It is it's fantastic. And this Sunday we will be continuing our build of the Galactic Explorer, which is a very, very colorful rocket ship from the Monkey Kid series. So looking forward to completing that. Also, why I wanted to keep working on this one is, well, because that we we need the space on the desk. If you recall correctly, the quantum physicists only recently confirmed that even antimatter has positive mass. Yes, someone who worked at NASA, do you search for aliens in your email? No, how can you know they won't connect there? If they are a billion years before us, then they probably could. Is it one of those things, if they are so far advanced, could they, could email even be like lost knowledge to them? Like, hands up, who knows what an 8-track is? Without Googling, do you know what an 8-track is? I sleep a lot over the weekends because of apnea, which is why you miss those. Again, the name of this is what we're using, Perler. I think the caps are relatively Gandalf, you got a Tropical Geek, Wrath Manor. Asked Pretty Side 8-track once, never used them. All right, so hands up. How many people don't know what we're talking about when we are mentioning what is an 8-track? So this is the project Perler. It's essentially, you don't have to worry about the caps, just search anything Perler, and there is some awesome artwork. And because it works off the same idea of pixel art, same thing can be applied to cross-stitching, Lego, anything like that. I wanted to tell you all the time travel joke, but you didn't get it. And that's for about 20 minutes from now, Uncle Bill. Reel-to-reel computer server was the first thing you programmed, which was before the 8-track. See, and then how many people know what a reel-to-reel computer server is? I barely know what a reel-to-reel is. There's a lot of things that we don't know about yet, and maybe someday the theory will be real. It may be a hope. Well, what I keep gravitating back to, pardon the pun, is this book here. I have absolutely no stock in this book. I don't get any royalties from it. But essentially it deals with what we know, what we cannot know, and what we don't know. So the different levels of technology, what can we never know about the technology, and what don't we know about technology yet? So again, something like this does, like we come back to this book fairly frequently, especially when it comes to the points of how far we have evolved in with technology, and what has spawned from the imagination, or what has been an offshoot of different inventions. They sell an adorable little iron to heat press those. I don't have an adorable little iron. It's more of like it's like a big badass iron, like I'm almost Iron Man with this thing. But I had asked on Tuesday when I started building this, I had asked Mrs. Canuck where her iron was, to which she replied that I am never getting my hands on her sewing iron, on her fabric iron, because I will muck it up with all this melted plastic. I have made that conversation very, very PG. So I had to go out in search of my own iron. And I eventually did come up with an iron, as in conversation with my mom, Baba Zelnik, she said that she had an iron that she didn't need anymore. So what I'm hoping to do in the next, it might even overrun to tomorrow, who knows? We do a little bit of image processing, as well as some constructions on here. She's out of line, but she's right. Imagine we can't finish all these projects. Your above answer. For the 8-track tape, bigger than the cassette tape, still plays music. It's like the Betamax. How it just didn't quite survive as well as it should have. Losing out to the smaller cassette tapes and VHS. All right, make sure we got all the right colors on here. Melted plastic, you do that daily, of course. How is the that monolithic printer going? Yes, we're gonna go check out some more insight on 3D printing, and another lad who enjoys talking about space as well. Go check out Astro Printer if you can, please. Go drop him a follow. Used to listen to 8 tracks on the boat with your grandpa. Then we go fish when you go fishing as a kid. Now, was it like in the same vein as vinyl? Like it just sounded better. There was a better audio quality to 8 track, or was it actually just like rubbish? If we're able to invent first an AI that can build one step better AI, we can do that in steps and invent anything. See, but then we would have to... that's where it could like exponentially run out of control, and I guess you just have to accept the fate that they would just take over, and they have no need for us. I had one of those with the reel-to-reel stacks of tape, spare boards, and terminals only about 20 years ago, but never got around to powering it up. Had to let it go and moving. That's the other thing. Moving seems to be like that great equalizer into where all of our stuff goes. And either you move and bring it with you and never see it again, or you move, get rid of it, and never see it again. Ultimately, you really don't see any of your cool stuff again after you move. So I am never going to find my giant bumblebee transformer. I could play quadraphonic, so each speaker could play something different with the 8-track. Well, there you go. The cassette tape was only stereo. Pink, white, pink, black, black. The parts are black beads or the background. They're all black beads. So whatever is the background is just going to be essentially going to be a black bead. Which, for the most part, these first 4 rows went by real quick, which gave me this false sense of accomplishment that, hey, we're going to finish this one pretty darn quick. We're going to be able to get something cool to look at. No, it all went to pot as soon as I had to distinguish these 3 different levels of purple. And then there's 3 different levels of blue and 3 different levels of orange. AI won't take over if it has no feelings. It is our feelings that make us want to rule the world. We should make feelings illegal for AIs. But then wouldn't they just abolish those what is illegal and what is legal and illegal? Stereo 1. I guess it was easier to always just carry around 2 speakers. Get a big ghetto blaster and just have those. Yes, the background plate that this is on is one of these. That's the background plate. Behind that is the illustration where it has all the places for the beads to go. But these also they also connect seamlessly so that you can make larger mosaics. You can make more detailed pieces of art. Whereas like the Batman is 6 2x3 for the whole Batman head. So yeah, that one's going to take a long time. And I don't know where we would put it. Who knows where that one's going to go. So which is why I kind of thinking I do want to rearrange the desk, because at the moment there's a lot of things on here. One idea that I've been having about the hot sauce, actually, sorry, it wasn't my idea. It was So Adorable's. It was Mrs. Canuck's idea, was to have a hot sauce shelf. So when we have our certain bit rewards where we add hot sauce to our snacks, you get a choice here. This level of bits, you get to choose from this row of hot sauces. They're hot, but not excruciatingly hot. Oh, someone was very generous and did 500 bits. So you get to pick from now this level of hot sauce on the shelf of hot sauces. Bend over and I'll show you where it can go. I love Christmas Vacation. It's a fantastic movie. So then, when there's the highest level of whatever, you get to pick from the sauces that are just going to, rip my face off right away. So when you're done, the transparent part goes off. This was the way some cartoon characters were made in the late 60s, but with the beads a bit larger. This is the way. I had the Shrinkies as a kid. You had the bigger the bigger art where you would color in, and then you put it in the oven and the whole thing would shrink down to this hard little decoration. I think they're called Shrinkies or Shrinky Dinks. Something like that. I remember having some Smurf little Shrinkies that we'd make. And it was always fun watching them change in the oven. So yeah, it's just another type of relaxing crafting artwork, kind of space-based creativity that I like, that I've aimed to employ more on the Tuesday streams, but it's kind of bled over a little bit to the thingy. The thing where I get distracted by a subscription. Oh my goodness. Hey, figured you'd be on. What's up, Kajad? How you doing? Thank you very much for the tier 1 resub. And do I have another role? That's a good question. It's the official, yeah, it is. It's the official definition. Onto the spike of thingies you go. But thank you so much, Kajad, for the tier 1 resub. You got the SCT out again. You gave up on Astroberry and shelled out for the Stellar Mate. Ooh. When does that arrive? Or do you already have the Stellar Mate? It's basically the same thing. Doesn't the Stellar Mate uses the EKOS or K-Stars, doesn't it? Oh, you just bought their OS. So you can just put it on your Pi right now. That's right. You wouldn't need to buy the Stellar Mate, because the thing was, there is that I had the choice of the ASI Air or the Stellar Mate. Exactly the same thing, just the cover had different printing on it and the different software inside, but same hardware. But the Stellar Mate was almost impossible to get a hold of. Same thing, but the important bit is 64-bit OS support. I think that was your crashing problem. Oh dear. More. Is it sorted out though, or are you still kind of battling with it? Whereas tonight, like the inaugural first light with it. Basically, we try to allocate memory for the FITS viewer, but it wouldn't need that. Well, hopefully that all works out for you. That it will improve. Actually, and I'm thinking about it. Do I have? Okay, good. I am, because we're like, oh, we got double pink lines. I am prepared just in case we run out this weekend. If we don't, at least it's there. Trying to do polar alignment, but of course, one wisp of cloud. The clouds will like to hover over Polaris as often as possible. It's like when all the clouds clear out when the full moon is upon us. They know. Freaking clouds know. Well, hopefully the weather will play nice as well. We know the weather doesn't always want to play nice. But hopefully it works out for you, Kajad. All right.
I am inevitable.
Ooh, good. What's up, Bright Jess? How you doing? It's only a tiny baby cloud, just enough to mess up with your polar alignment. Well, tell that cloud I off. Heck off, clouds. We don't want you. You here to lurk? No worries, Jess. Good to see you in here. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It appears to have done that. Is that all we needed to do? I'm going to go outside and yell at all these clouds now. Tell all these clouds to go do one. We want to do some astrophotography. That's what we want. Because right now, our forecast does not look promising for the next week. It originally was looking all right on Sunday, and that got like pushed ahead. And then there's only like 1 hour of clear sky. So, the heck's that all about? So we got to deal with the rest of the baloney that we have right now. All right, is it actually? We have the kind of purple, right? No, it looks like dark purple. Uh-oh. Let's see, kind of purple. No, dark purple. Lavender. What was the other one? We said lavender and puce? Rose? What do we have? We are optimistically hoping for clear skies tomorrow night, doing some visual. Hopefully the weather will hold up for you. Sim, how are you? The sun isn't even down yet and your scope is on the pad. You're all ready for a full night. Awesome. I think you have their violet, lilac, purple. Oh, there's also a lavender color, yes. It's just that when I created too many shadows in here. And then also, it helps if I'm looking straight above on here, but even with this camera, this overhead view, can't quite see, so I'm kind of going off of this one as well. Bumped your guide scope and found the screws weren't completely... Oh, sugar lumps. No. Wasting... Oh, no. You know what works great for polar alignment? The QHY Pole Master. Something dropped. Now, it may seem like an expensive bit of kit, but for me, it has saved so much time for polar alignment. Twisties, it's looking marginally better the closer you get. Well, hopefully, more people than me are experiencing some good skies and you can enjoy astrophotography. It's, yeah, like right now the weather is looking so crummy. So in a sense, I am not fussed at the moment that I haven't put down that initial deposit. Or not, it's not even a deposit, it would be the full price of the ASI 533mm, because there's a great deal of other prices, other costs that come along with that. But we'll keep an eye on when things are going to be available. But you know, if later on in the month, if everything looks favorable, then we'll still put in an order for it as soon as we can, because My goodness. Jumping into the monochrome camera game is going to drastically change the way we utilize our telescopes over the next little while. You only know the ASI Air polar alignment. You have no idea how to do it the regular way. Now, how do you get on, Sim? How do you get on with the ASI Air's polar alignment? Because I've used it, and probably because I was more used to the live view that comes with the QHY Polemaster, I had a much better time. I had a hard time with the ASI Air because there was too much of a jump in that fine tuning stage. Joining the MC, the MM gang. I would really like to do that. I really would. That's a not purple. I know it's going to be. It essentially is like that next step, that next investment that we wanted to utilize with astrophotography, and being able to utilize the entire sensor for every image. You know, that is it would change what we can do with our image processing, and just having that amount of data, every bit of the sensor capturing the red channel, every bit of the sensor capturing the green channel, every bit of the sensor getting what we want from oxygen 3 or hydrogen alpha. Now, it'll essentially, what I see the way how things would go with the monochrome camera would, for the first little bit, it would essentially be using the luminance data, or just highlighting the hydrogen alpha. So I would get an HA filter or use a UV IR cut filter, sorry. And that would be about it until we can start to build up the budget again to get the filter wheel and also an automatic focuser. You're used to the ASI Air polar alignment, no idea of how it is compared to anything else. It's your only context. Fair enough. I mean, if you get on with it just fine, that's great. I mean, I've heard people who swear by the ASI Air's polar alignment routine, and I guess in a way it could be a little more accurate in the sense of you are using the camera and the software that is going to be following and tracking and plate solving. But with everything that I've done with the QHY Polemaster, it was just that live view of Polaris and being able to do the fine tuning. And yes, sometimes things would jump around. Some people have said that it is better to put like some Teflon tape around the base of your telescope mount. So in the case of the EQ6R Pro, you'd put some Teflon tape when you're adjusting the azimuth. Can you show some pictures you've taken with your telescope? Of course I can. You got the Darth Vader one of these. Sorry, I can't stay there. Chris Perello, thank you. Thank you so much for the quick pop in. Greatly appreciated. These are, we have this one as well, which will probably be the next one. This is a much larger one, but it's also Batman. Who doesn't love Batman? Also, where did you find a Darth Vader one? I wanted a Darth Vader one. That'd be fantastic. But yes, we can. So because we have these crummy skies, and apparently now it seems like Kajad is having them as well. I hate when the forecasts do that to us. I just saw on Amazon Star Wars one, but not Darth Vader. What did you see on what Star Wars one did you see? You just got polar aligned, and it's like the horrible sense of humor that the cosmos has. Actually, no, it's not even the cosmos. This is just Earth. Princess Leia and Luke and Yoda. All separate ones, or was like the three of them in some weird pose? Not that kind of pose. Literally between bands of clouds, like okay clouds, then looked west. It's a 3-in-1 thing. Oh, cool. All right, I'll have. Do you have a link? You can drop the link in there if you want. So yes, this was one of our images of the moon that we had probably last week. This was our video and stack. I think there might have been some a little too much movement, or it is just possible bad collimation of the telescope. We got to get that fixed up. But that tiny little sliver of the moon, I think we were looking at about 7% of a waxing gibbous at that time. So the moon was only 7% illuminated. However, if you can take a bit of a longer exposure with the camera and kind of bump up the histogram, adjust your levels, you can start to see a little more of the earth shine that shows you that oversaturates the illuminated part of the moon, but you can still see the rest of the moon was generally in shadow because we're not going to get that great contrast all the time. So if you can pick up the earth shine off of the moon. Do you remember the movie Addams Family? Yes. Do you remember that MC Hammer did the song? Did he? Did he really? I didn't even twig on that one. 3D printing 2 NASA boxes to hold the NASA stickers you'll be giving out tomorrow at the museum, where you'll be talking about the NASA spin-off technologies. Oh, that's cool. That'd be interesting to check out. Right, do I remember the movie Addams Family? Yes. Do I remember MC Hammer did the song? No. Did not know that. For the opening of the movie or for the credits? If you use HDR, you can keep the earth shine and splice in the moon surface. I think I saved an image of the moon. No, that's not the button. There we go. I don't think I did. I don't think I did. All I had was this. Nope. Didn't do that. I know I did take a quick image of the moon, but I didn't save the image. Peas and rice. But we do, aside from mucking that one up, we do try to save every image that we do take on the channel. So we'll look at galaxies, we'll look at star clusters, we'll look at very interesting globular clusters within our galaxy. You're not even drinking right now because of the pancreas junk, but you want to. I mean, after the clouds rolling in, that sucks. That's always frustrating. But this is a globular cluster of stars known as M13, the Great Cluster in Hercules. And this is a collection of stars close to about the, was it 500,000 or 1 million stars within this one? I don't have my little reference guide with me at the moment. And this is that agglomeration of stars that's relatively close to us in terms of where globular clusters can be. Now, there are other clusters, such as the Intergalactic Wanderer, which is like 300, like it is about 300,000 light years distant. That sits above the plane of our galaxy. Think about the speed the arms of the galaxy spins at. And then all the...
40 feet down, 2.5. Picking up the steps. Going forward, drifting to the right a little. We got to get down, Eagle. Tranquility, Roger, Tranquility, we copy you on the ground. You got a bunch of guys about to
job
turn
cookie, most of the... Yes. Yeah, if you want to drop it in there. I clicked on the link and it didn't, nothing came up. It said, sorry, can't find that page. And we met Gus, one of the dogs of Amazon. That was the, that's what we got there. Nori Kitty, how you doing? I think it's, Probe Droid would work. Like probe droid, robot. One of those would work. I keep thinking about imaging that thing. It's any fun to image for the intergalactic wanderer. No, it's the. Of course, we like to cause chaos. This is probably the best image that I had of the intergalactic.
Holy potato!
Gone to the head.
By the power of Grayskull, I have the mustache.
Water, 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 water.
I mean,
Every star will die, including our own sun.
where
And
are
eventually
we
all that will
at
be
right
left
now?
is a sparse
Hello?
superparticles and
It
radiation.
is Friday.
Even the
We
energy
have
of that
we
soup
have
will be
to
sapped
Friday.
in time by the
Yep.
expansion.
Oh, ew, oh, that's frightening. Oh,
Just a fraction
oh,
of a
that.
degree above.
No, that's mildly terrifying. This is mildly terrifying. Trying to run some of these. They're all on cooldown. Yep. Some of them are, kind of on the cooldown here. Wait, can we hide the beard under the? Can we tuck it under the helmet a little bit? I don't think this one's going to turn off. I think we're stuck on this one for the moment. Did you get that? You didn't get the rare achievement. No, you didn't. You just like causing the chaos. Right. We're still a Lego ahead. I still don't know exactly how to control this thing. I'm pretty much convinced that it's because I wear the glasses that I can't control it to the best of my ability. I like that it had the O face for the Royals coughing. All right, gonna go to bed. Just came to say hi, love you, and oh yeah, suminasai. Did I say that wrong? I butchered it. I'm confident I just totally ruined that. All right, let's no, none of that. What does this one do? Oh, it just cleans up my skin. All right. I feel like my audio is off all of a sudden. I will shave my beard on. No. No.
Astro Canuck, you will find 1 credit for violation of the verbal morality statute.
Nori? Vanessa, hello. How are you doing? How are you? Nori, thank you very much for the 100 bits. Thank you very much. We're running low. We're running low on the peanuts. But once this bag is complete, we have we got chip nuts. Good job.
Soon.
Oh my gosh. Thank you.
This is Apollo Mission Control. Flight Director Cliff Charlesworth's team is on station here in the Mission Operations Control Room, ready to assume the control of this flight at tower clearance.
Hey, not a hobbit, thank you. Thank you very much for bringing us up to a hype train, of which, well, we'll
25 minutes, 53 seconds and counting. Still proceeding.
Oh my gosh.
At this time,
Well, yeah, I think we're gonna be going into the oh my gosh. Oh, John, thank you so much for the 1,000 bits.
Each one of his jets is capable of 100 pounds plus. There are 16 of them located in 4 quadrants.
Oh my gosh.
Huge.
This thing is about to run out. It's going to start screaming.
The countdown still proceeding satisfactorily. It picked up at the T-minus 9 hour mark at 11 p.m.
Oh my goodness. God.
This is Apollo Saturn Launch Control. We're now less than 16 minutes away from the planned liftoff of the Apollo 11 space vehicle. All still going well with the countdown at this time. The astronauts aboard the spacecraft have had
It only prints with 50. It only prints with 50.
They haven't been busy with procedures with the spacecraft test conductor. In the meantime, we have been
oh my goodness.
performing final checks on the tracking beacons.
No, you got scanned.
The guidance system during the power phase.
Oh no.
Once we get down to the 3-minute and 10-second mark in the countdown, we'll go on an automatic sequence. As far as the launch vehicle is concerned, all aspects of the neuron down will be automatic.
Thank you very much for
the ground national computer.
For the 5 gifted subs. Nori Kitty, thank you very much for abusing the TTS. Stop it!
I will use all this printer roll.
Countdown for Apollo 11. All still go at
There it goes!
The astronauts in the spacecraft busy again. Commander Neil Armstrong
I will use all this printer roll.
Perform some final switch settings for the stabilization.
Oh my gosh.
The spacecraft also now is on full internal power.
I will use all this printer roll.
The spacecraft now on the full power of its fuel cells. Up to this time, it has been sharing the load with an external power source. Both Armstrong
I will use
and
all this printer roll.
alarm their rotational hand controllers, the controllers they use in flight.
Oh, it's
And
crying.
we have now gone to automatic system with the emergency detection system. That system that would cue the astronauts if there's trouble down below.
Holy potato!
During the power.
Oh my
Now
goodness.
coming up from a 10-minute mark, 10 minutes away from our planned liftoff.
Your dog's looking around because the printer.
Counting T-minus 10. We're aiming for our planned liftoff at 32 minutes past the hour. This
Oh
is
my
Kennedy
goodness. Nori,
Launch
thank you very much for the gifted sub. I gotta check out that name is, thank you. We're bringing us up to level 3. Oh my goodness. Holy potatoes, thank you. Okay, alright. Yes, that is
By the power
a
of
fresh
Grayskull,
roll and
I have the mustache.
Rathman, this one. Rathman, yeah, thank you so much for the 73 bits. Greatly appreciated. To bring us up. She keeps taking a bite of food and just like, what? How much? Okay. Hey, you. How are you doing tonight? Thank you. Thank you for joining us tonight. Good to see you in here. Yes, in the difference of no longer in pain, we just have our terrible French accent with a wild mustache. Oh, hello there, Jay. How are you? Oh my goodness!
5 minutes and counting. We're on time and our plane liftoff with flight conductor Skip Field, and now it's completed the status check of this personnel in the control room. All report
Oh my goodness.
And this has been reported to the test supervisor, Bill Schiff.
New printer roll.
Test supervisor now going through some status check. Launch operations manager.
A little bit of mod abuse. A tiny bit of mod abuse.
Good to go as our countdown continues. The astronauts will have a few more reports coming up in the countdown. The last business report will be from Neil Armstrong at the 45-second mark in the count.
No, anything around for the conglomeration of 50 bits. Let's get you out of the especially for the 400 bits. Oh, I fear that there is. Oh boy.
New printer roll.
I don't know where that hot pepper is at right now. I think it's. I don't even know how to check this one.
Now hitting the 4 minute mark. 4 minutes mark. 4 minutes and counting. We are go for
Oh boy.
New printer roll.
Okay, now I've realized I neglected to put the hit points for the ghost pepper on here.
3 minutes, 45 seconds.
If we don't get any higher on this level on this hype train, then I'm not eating ghost pepper, and that's fine by me. We have some we have some hot pepper peanuts to eat, which is gonna be uncomfortable enough.
3 minutes, 25 seconds.
A ghost pepper is always in the cards. There is a health bar for that ghost pepper.
All still go at this time.
So, in the meantime, while we're doing this, we're waiting for this hype train to run down.
Thank you very much.
At
We
least
know
get
it will
in
be a
some,
good flight. Firing command coming in now.
some of
We are
our
on
ghost
the
pepper
automatic
peanuts, so we can
sequence.
start on
We're
our
approaching the 3 minute mark in the count.
potato covered peanuts.
T minus 3. We are.
And then it'll make it that much more fun to listen to me talk.
We're on an automatic sequence as the master computer supervises hundreds of events occurring over these last few minutes. 2 minutes, 45 seconds and counting. The members of the launch team here in the control center monitoring a number of what we call red line barriers, tolerances we don't want to go above and below, altitude and pressures. They're standing by to call out any deviations from our plans. 2 minutes, 30 seconds and counting.
It's spiky,
Still
it's
below
salty.
Apollo 11 at this time. Vehicle starting to pressurize.
Have I seen the continuum transfunctioner?
And all is still going.
Nope. Oh my god, that was stupid.
2 minutes, 10 seconds and counting. The target for the Apollo 11 astronauts.
I'm seeing it currently, yeah. Oh my god.
Water.
Oh, I should turn that off whenever I have the hot peppers.
Water.
It just makes it worse. Oh my gosh. Sorry. Oh my goodness. Nori, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Greatly appreciated. Okay. Now, there wouldn't be a shave the beard option just yet. Oh, crap.
The 50-second mark. Power transfer is complete. We're on internal power.
We're eating the ghost pepper.
40 seconds away.
I'm looking at the tally on that one. Right, Jess, thank you very much for the 100 bits.
T-minus 15 seconds. Guidance is in 10. 12, 11, 10, 9. Ignition sequence start. 6, 5,
oh my goodness.
4, 3, 2, 1, 0. All engine running. Liftoff. We have a liftoff.
Good job. Oh my gosh.
Power clear.
Here we got a roll program.
Neil Armstrong reporting for a rolling picture program which puts Apollo 11 on proper heading.
What's the random potato? Which random potato? Who's a random potato? Oh. Okay, well here's also a great test to see, does this still work?
Complete and the pitch is
What? That one? Hopefully the lights will work. I think it's going to work. I think this overrides everything that we do. Oh my gosh. But thank you so much for
Holy potatoes.
for the level 5.
Apollo 11, Houston, you're good at 1 minute.
Downrange 1 mile, altitude 3-4 miles now.
So stupid, I love it.
1 Bravo is a
Why am I still a potato? Oh, there we go. Oh my gosh. Alright. Thank you very much for getting us up to a level 5. Oh my god, my goodness. So we will do another sticker pack giveaway.
Everything can go, Ralph.
As always with reaching a level 5 hype train. If we do it, if it does ever get to 100% level 5, then it is the Astronaut merch pack that we will do. And I appreciate it very much. Oh, here's where it starts getting a little more intense.
We're 1350 in the start mark.
8 miles downrange, 12 miles high, velocity 4,000 feet per second.
Nori, thank you very much for the 50 bits. Oh my gosh.
Mode 1, Charlie.
Everything's gonna burn.
Mode 1, Charlie. 1, Charlie.
Everything's gonna be burning.
Cliff Charles Worth taking a staging status.
Houston, you are
I'm sure, Richard, this is all your fault. Thank you so much. Thank you very much for the 50 bits, Nori Kitty. Let's see, is this gonna work? You can feel it building. Intensity. Should have the lights dim a little more as we get into the really, really heavy section of things.
5 miles, 30 miles high, standing by for the
We're go for launch. Yes! 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 This gets me so freaking hyped as well, but it works! Lights and sound for your enjoyment, for my satisfaction. Thank you so much. Thank you all so much for reaching this level. You're all incredible. As we float in the endless void of space. You're all wonderful.
Houston, thrust is go. All engines, you're looking good. Roger, you're loud and clear again.
At 3 minutes downrange, 70
All
miles,
the optics.
43 miles high, velocity 9,300 feet
Oh
per
boy.
second.
No, we're go for orbital insertion. Yes. I love that the lights work. I love that this all works. Thank you so much. It also hurts my eyes too. Oh my goodness. Love it. Oh my goodness. Oh my
goodness. Hello? Hello, where are we? Holy potatoes, thank you all so much. Oh my god, you are y'all are absolutely incredible. I guess what the thing to do is to eat the ghost pepper, because you did it. You did it. You did it. Eat it quick so you can go to bed. I will. I will.
Holy potatoes!
Oh, you can't see. It's just a potato. It's just me. Troublemaker exiting stage left. Oh my goodness. Thank you all so much. Thank you very, very, very much. We'll get a giveaway set up in just a second here. Oh my gosh.
I am inevitable.
You can't see the... Oh, there we go. You can't see the pepper if everything is always... Oh, goodness. Oh, wait. We have... Don't shake it. Thank you. Random hand. Woo! It's a blizzard. Oh, thank goodness I have a spoon. The hand of doom? No, it's the hand of snacks. You need a napkin. Practice safe snacks, kids. All right, so fine. I'm filthy. I'm a slob. Thank you. All right, for Nori Kitty, and also, my goodness, y'all are tremendous. So we've... Why does it increase? It shouldn't increase. It should always be 5,000. It should always be... The hit points are 5,000 on here. Thank you all so much. You can wait for the hook to drag me off screen. Bright Jess and Kajad accuse you of bringing the chaos, so I appreciate it. Namit, you want to see the pain? All right, well, on this cracker, I have a little bit of more of that applewood smoked cheddar and some of Nana's recipe for homemade pate. So I figured let's get some flavor in there as well as the heat. Now, also the top is cut off because there was a bit of mold. I wasn't about to eat a moldy ghost pepper. But as always, in every increment. Oh my goodness. All right. Well, look, every time that reaches 0, and it burns. Oh my god, I can feel the sweats coming on. All right. here's what we're gonna do. While we get this going, where's this screen? All right, that is not the command. Exclamation point, ghost. And I guess, right. Add manually. Is it append? Peppers are great. Hot in, hot out. Exclamation point, ghost. And so adorable. My love. Thank you so much for the coffee and Dairy Queen. This is going to come in handy in a bit. Yes, exclamation point giveaway. Exclamation point ghost. We'll get you in on the giveaway for an Astro Canuck sticker pack. Or if you may have already recently won a sticker pack, then we'll think of something else. But yes, get in on that for reaching a level 5 hype train. For the amount of these subs, thank you all so much for the gracious amount of the gifted subs. And make sure we get the bits out of there. We can. Who's wasting all that paper? Who would waste all that paper? Nori.
Astro Canuck, you'll find 1/2 credit for a Sotoboche violation of the verbal morality statute.
You look hungry, maybe try some peanuts.
Astro Canuck, you'll find 1/2 credit for a Sotoboche violation of the verbal morality statute.
You look hungry, maybe try some
Astro
peanuts.
Canuck, you'll find 1/2 credit for a Sotoboche violation of the verbal morality statute.
You look hungry, maybe try some peanuts.
For a Sotoboche violation of the verbal morality statute. Astro Canuck.
You look
never change a fresh roll in front of Nori Kitty. Oh my goodness.
Astro Canuck, you'll find 1/2.
You look hungry, maybe try some peanuts.
Astro Canuck, you'll find 1/2 credit for a Sotoboche.
You look hungry, maybe try some peanuts.
Just eat the whole thing.
Astro Canuck, you'll find 1/2 credit for a Sotoboche violation of the verbal.
You look hungry, maybe try some peanuts.
Astro Canuck, you'll find 1/2 credit for
Nori.
a Sotoboche violation of the verbal morality.
Thank you all so much
You
for
look hungry, maybe try some peanuts.
Oh.
You
This is
look
not a
hungry,
smart
maybe
idea.
try some peanuts.
All right. We have some these were the original peanuts that really started everything. Because they are it's a fresh bag. They are that could be a song. That was a sick beat. These were the original catalysts for me putting nuts in my mouth. The chip nuts from Picard's, which are only available that I've seen in one certain store out of town. So we'll start off with these because there's quite a few. That need to be eaten. I don't regularly get the. Yeah, let's put the ghost pepper in my nose. That's great. All right. We'll also do. There is a fair amount of. I will thank you in the morning. I will you in the morning. No, wait. I will say. No, I will say you in the morning. Oh crap. Oh crap. Oh. Oh, look, we'll do a a bowl of the world's worst cereal.
I am
Oh, we stay.
inevitable.
We stay. We remain. Oh my goodness. We'll do a bowl of the world's worst cereal. I wonder how well this is going to mix with fish and chips. But Nori, Kajad, not a hobbit.
Water. This the water.
Baba Zelnick. Hello, ma. All right. Exclamation point. Ghost. Exclamation point. Ghost, if you want to get in on the sticker pack giveaway. I will just need mailing address details to send to Stream Elements, and then it'll go to you. Let's do this. All right. Since you won't shave the beard, reach another level 5, and you'll eat the whole bag with hot sauce. Well, here's one thing I'm kind of getting worried about, but also grateful for. There's still 22 days to go. So Baba Zelnick, how are you doing, Ma? All right. But with the world's worst bowl of cereal, we'll sprinkle some, we'll put some sprinkles on top of the world's worst bowl of cereal with some haunted ghost pepper. Don't sprinkle the sauce, just upend the bottle. Oh my goodness. All right. Let's, one more time. Exclamation point ghost while I eat these. If you want to get in on the giveaway. As soon as I finish this. Y'all causing chaos. I appreciate it. My butthole ain't gonna. Waiter, there's a hair in my soup. All right, when I finish this bowl, we're gonna run the giveaway. All right. One more spoonful. Nope, 2 more. My lips hurt. Thank goodness I have ice cream. Chaos with love. I feel the love as much as I feel the burn. There we go. Wheel of Morality. Turn. Wait, it's the wrong one. Who is it going to be? Wheel of Morality. Turn, turn, turn. Tell us a lesson that we should learn. And our winner of a sticker pack is a scam. Oh, it's right, yes! Oh my gosh. Oh my. Oh my goodness. Right, Jess. Congratulations. Oh my gosh. Nori. You hot dog. You are a wiener. Congratulations, Bright Jess. Slightly rigged. It's on its way. Oh my goodness. Andy Goff, how you doing? Andy Go. Andy Go, Andy Goff. Van Gogh, how are you? Yoramaro, hello, how are you? Oh my goodness. All right. Jess, if you are happy to send me your details on a DM, we can organize those to go out to you. All right, a little more of the ghost pepper peanuts. Congratulations.
Holy potatoes.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you for joining us and participating and being awesome. And oh my gosh. Everything burns. Nori Kitty, thank you so much for the countless 50 bits. Kajad for the or the 400 bits. I think we might be filling the spike. Loading up. Oh my gosh, it is. Things burn. It burns. It just genuinely burns. Not a hobbit for the 100 bits, and some of those getting crushed on top of the bowl of cereal. And oh my gosh, because yeah, we're gonna throw a few more peanuts in there. Thank you all for being in Bright Jess. Thank you very much for the 100 bits. We got a nice fresh bag of chip nuts, and it's just kind of popping some hot nuts in my mouth. Well, I thank you all. And oh yeah, there's some chaos. We've dropped some beads. Oh my god. The chip nuts seem to be hotter than the other nuts. I seem to like hot nuts in my mouth. My lips tell the story. All right. Oh, well. Kajad, very gracious for the 1,000 bits. And we're just gonna turn it on its head, right? What did you do? I don't have wasabi. No, wasabi nuts would. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Supernova, Gaff Leg, Super Tux. Uh-oh, these ones aren't going to fit. The Otter Prophet. Rexy is a dinosaur. Oh, there it is. Not a Hobbit to Mad Lion. I think we're running out of space on here.
Water. This the water.
Water. This is, oh my gosh. All right. They're not fitting. Upstate Dave, as well as Youngest Sumo, Army Ant Brooklyn. Are you going to try the Cat's Eye Nebula and Hubble palette? I don't think it'd be silly. But thank you also for New Teddy, Mama House, Minnie Mouse, Odious Mind, The Bird, Machinosaur, Adzo Plays, Catch Your King, Carlitos, Tomorrow Is Here, Paranist, and Nori Kitty. Thank you very much for the gifted sub to Lost Prophet, Firefly, Scandranin, Dragon Goddess, and Andy Goff. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for the gifted subs, and we hit our goal as well. So obviously everything just burns right now. All right, let me see if I can we fit more people on here at the moment? Just get this last little bit of appreciation filled out. Just a little bit. Your guiding is currently bonkers, though. You never balanced a telescope this well before. Does it almost feel like something's wrong? Why, how everything is going so right? Oh my gosh. Can we fit these last few on here? And then we will have to call this one full and full of appreciation. Right ascension average drift of 0.09. Currently deck is a declination average drift of 0.011. I don't think you do that again if you wanted to. Only 80 subs away, and it's April 8th. How do I feel about that? I am this combination of worry and gratefulness, and feeling rather humbled. Nori, have a very good evening. Thank you so much for joining us, and thank you so much for being awesome.
Every star will die, including our own
and
sun.
The chaos.
And eventually all that will be left is a sparse soup of particles and radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of a degree above absolute zero.
It is Friday still. It is Friday, right? Is it Friday? Am I streaming on the wrong day? It's Friday. It is Friday. It just may not be Friday for Nori. Thank you all so much. Nori's in another reality. But hopefully all are having a fantastic Friday. My mouth ain't, but all right. I'll find my safety cap for that. But thank you all so much. That is, what's a better word than thank you? My deepest appreciation and gratitude for everybody who joins us on these streams and supports the community and hangs out. And if you're just lurking, it's still greatly appreciated. Astro Printer, you got to go. Need to get stuff ready for tomorrow. Well, get your stuff together for tomorrow. We'll need to check things out if we haven't dropped some shout outs. For Astro Printer, for Nori, Kitty, some wonderful members of the community, wonderful streamers on Twitch, and doing some awesome things and sharing their love of their hobbies and their passions as well. That's greatly. My mouth is still burning. It still hurts. Okay, so because we have this goal here, that it is stop and build a Lego set. It's kind of what we are going to do. Oh. Now, maybe I can find a... Now, I didn't specify what kind of Lego set. It could be a small little build. No smashing things. No, we do have... Well, we do have... when the time comes... When the time arrives, we do have a set that is on... That is on the docket for smashing. That will be an option, but that won't be this one we're going to open up at the moment. What are we building? Shidohari, what are we building today? Excitement. That's the that's all the ghost peppers. Is at the Home Alone? Imagine no. Oh my gosh. No. What we have on the next smashing candidate will be the Star Wars Razor Crest from The Mandalorian. That will be the next one that is on the docket. And I love how you get like this far and maybe place 3 beads. And now the next thing to do is to push this aside and build a Lego set. Maybe I can work around that. Maybe I can can we get something fixed up here? What do we have? All right, let's go with. It's not the actual Razor Crest we're going to smash, but I figured for 98 pieces, can we get that together? But also, as always, we still have to talk about astronomy. It's just the weird rules that I set out here. So for those of you who are just joining us, and those of you who may be new to the channel, I welcome you in. Thank you so much for joining us at the moment. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. It is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy
Water.
with you today, as always.
Water.
No, I have not chosen to wear red lipstick today. No, I am not sweating because it's hot in here. All of this is the effects of some ghost peppers and some hot sauces and hot peanuts a little earlier. The water doesn't make it hurt any less. The good thing is, at least I got some coffee. I did get some Tim Hortons delivered. Mrs. Canuck was kind enough to bring that, as well as, oh, here's something that's going to be nice and cooling, and I can't even thank her enough for this one. Is a Dairy Queen Blizzard. Canadians who are familiar with a Dairy Queen Blizzard, you know the deliciousness that comes with the flavors of ice cream, and now it is very soupy. I may have to throw this in the freezer. It helps with the burn. It really does. It's like a Wendy's Frosty, but better. Yeah, it's a little soupy. I have to throw it in the freezer. I just ordered the space station. It was listed as hard to find. Also, why are you eating ghost peppers? Because it causes me to hiccup, and it's hilarious. Now I just need to not get ice cream all over this. All right. That's a little better. My mouth is a little cooler at the moment, so. There we go. Thank you for allowing me to indulge in a little bit of ice cream. Appreciate it. The rationale is illogical. Okay, the other rationale is I like spicy food. And people like to up the pain level on here. What flavor it was? Score and Oreo mixed in there. That makes more sense. Wow, how am I going to... Let's slightly reorganize the desk a bit, shall we? So obviously this sub goal was to stop if we were to reach it and build a Lego set, which is what we're doing. No more peppers tonight. Don't want to pass out from the pain on stream. I gotta tell you, it has been intense. It has been an intense night. However, I am very grateful for everything that people do here. But I put the challenge. You know what? All I'm doing, I'm putting the challenge forward, or the offer is out there. Is that if people are going to accept, then I face the consequences of my choices, of my challenges, with grace and deliciousness. All right, so okay, while we're building a Lego set, we may as well enact the drop game, because that just kind of goes, that's synonymous. It goes hand in hand with all of our Lego builds. So let's see if your mission, should you choose to accept it. All right, there we go. Exclamation point drop for the next little while, whilst I'm building our Lego set. You can do exclamation point drop for a chance to win a gifted sub to the channel. And at the moment, right now, getting a gifted sub to the channel is bumping this number up ever closer to our total. Yuramaro, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the follow. We welcome you into the observatory. I shouldn't have purchased that kit. You don't know how long it'll be.
I am inevitable.
Ah, we're safe. Okay, to be fair, what I did read is the International Space Station and the Apollo 11 lunar lander. I don't know about the Saturn V, but end of the year, they are slated for retirement. So it's better to get them now than be paying over like ridiculous prices online after the sets are retired. All right, so a small little set for our for reaching this this goal of maybe just sit nicely on top of the beads for now. A small little set. For the Mandalorian's Razor Crest, the Micro Fighter. I do like the little Micro Fighter sets. They are that compact little bit of delight. How fast can I build it? Ugh, probably like not very. Yes, we are, because we are approaching. Well, there wasn't anything really for spring for the drop game. So we, I figured leaves were kind of appropriate at the moment because we still have like a lot of the mucky leaves on the ground. Sending in Ron! Ron, go do it. Ron, get in there. I don't know if I have, do I have your... No, it's still the same one. Yes, we have our... It doesn't stop. It is all night long. Every 50-bit increment for our... Well, actually, we got some chip nuts, so these are that much more dangerous because they just come out full nuts. That's some ode peanuts from before. I wonder if we have the... Okay. Can I get the instructions on here? We must. Oh, goodness. Sodabound, how you doing? Greetings from the state of hockey. Greetings from the province of hockey. How are you doing tonight? Good to see you in here. All right. Pardon me. Yeah, they don't burn any less. 75321. Oh, good. We can download the instructions. Oh, joy. Good. Better get some more Blizzard. I should probably move it. Actually. It's a little close to the warm computer. Doing great. Mavericks are going to the NCAA championship tomorrow against Denver. Beautiful. I remember watching the NCAA tournament so intently when I was in high school. I think that was the thing. It was like we enjoyed watching the college basketball way more than the NBA, way more than hockey. So that always kind of brings that a little bit of nostalgia. Yeah, let's we'll move that just a tiny bit so we got some real estate over here. All right. Well, we don't need the instructions at the moment. We have them online for the Razor Crest Microfighter, as we have reached this goal, this sub goal. So it is stop and build a Lego set. Set yourself a challenge to build in. If you fail, you get more pepper nuts. I would lose that one for sure. I could set this one to be like 2 hours. And I would still lose it. But because I talk a lot. Look, it's taking me like 15 minutes just to open the bag. Your scope is aligned in imaging Orion and the Running Man Nebula. Excellent. Fantastic sim. What filter are you using tonight?
You should have gone for the head.
I guess we'll never know. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Good coffee. I mean, oops, hi. Ultra high contrast and UV IR cut. Get in. All right, CJ, you're gonna head off to bed.
Holy
No worry.
potato.
Oh, jeez, that's that's right. Ooh, this filter looks creepy with this. Oh my God, this filter looks too good.
Every star will die, including
That's
our
not right.
And eventually all that will be left is sparse
No,
superparticles
that's
and
freaky.
radiation. Even the energy of that soup will be sapped away over time by the expansion of the universe, leaving everything just a fraction of the complete.
Water,
TGIF,
water,
right?
water, 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 water. This
By the
water,
power
water,
of Grayskull,
water.
There we go. Okay.
I
What's the
have
mustache going to be? Oh, it's this one. All right, CJ, thank you so much. Gandalf, thank you so much. Shidohari. Thank you all so much. That's all I can say. I can't thank you all enough. Rare achievement indeed. My goodness. Look at you go. Look at nobody landing. You know, this guy, I don't think the drop game's going to give up. Rare achievement and a snap. Like, everything's coming up, CJ. Oh, geez. And you get the rare rain event as well. You get thunder and lightning. How's the bro doing? The mustache reminds me of him. He's doing well. He's doing well. Thanks, Tropical Geek. Appreciate it. Hey, where's my bandwidth going? Everything is going a little wonky at the moment. Pardon me while we... All right. I should be all right now. Right, we were going to be constructing the Lego Crest Microfighter. That goat couldn't have been any more perfect. Well, we're happy to have you here, though, Chris. Hopefully we can help brighten your day in some sort of way, shape, or form. All right, you're going to go to bed, CJ? No worries, no worries. Once again, thank you so much for spending time with us and causing some chaos and just being absolutely incredible. I was wondering what they were going to do. But yeah, CJ, have a very good night. I was wondering if they were going to give him a face or not. I guess it's the or not. We have a blaster in here somewhere. Good night, Hobbit, said the CJ. Actually, I'm pretty sure if CJ said that, there'd be some butts and things thrown around, so. I wonder, is that like for the Mando for every build that we don't you don't get his face in there? Pockfad. Oh my goodness. Well, hello there, Raiders. Pockland Raid. Hello, Lily. How you doing? Oh, I'm going to say it wrong. Sukar? If I said it wrong, I apologize. Potch, like watch. Potchfad. Thank you, Lily. How's it going? Welcome. Welcome, Potch. Welcome, Potchfad. Nanu. Oh, Nanu. Hello. How are you doing? Sorry, maybe Lily can explain why I'm joking. See, we have a little thing. Sorry. I eat ghost pepper peanuts every now and then. So, sorry, I'm just still catching a bit of those. Shukar, like sugar. You are like my savior. Sugar. Thank you, Lily. Hello. Lily say we should be here, and you trust her taste in folks. Please don't die. I try not to every stream. Theo Balds. Hello, how you doing? Lily Troll will make people choke up a lot. Well, I appreciate you sending for the suggestion. Theo is fine, BT dubs. No worries. Well, welcome in, Raiders. How are you doing tonight? Glad to have you in here. My name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and it is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you guys as often as possible. Potchfad, what did you get up to? What were you doing tonight? I see you were in the doing some art.
I have the mustache.
But what else do you get up to? Drops are awesome. We love that. Yes! Exclamation point drop. Oh, sorry. Patchy brought me here. Every mustache comes with a voice. Anyway, yes, exclamation point drop will let you play this drop game. You get a chance to win a gifted sub to the channel. If you're already a subscriber to the channel, then you get a gifted sub to the community in your name. But yes, wonderful to have you here. Once again, my name is Tom. Can you drop pans? Next round, every 90 seconds it refreshes. And you can drop your favorite emote. If you have some awesome emotes yourself, feel free to drop them in there. But we usually have this drop game for our Sunday streams. We like to do our Lazy Sunday Lego. Now, 6 days out of the week, we are usually trying to do some live astronomy and maybe some live astro crafting. You're a graffiti artist. You're working on a piece that says Godzilla as a commission, and then talking about random things, the normal that happens over there. Well, Poshfat, that sounds awesome. That sounds tremendous. I would like to check that out. I will keep an eye on that. Thank you so much for bringing the community over here. No, I'm hearing me again. No, that's really cool. That's I am slightly creeping your VOD for a second here. There's some awesome tattoos, man. All right, I'll check that out after. That looks tremendous. Doug, how are you doing, Doug? Thank you for being pretty awesome. We're loving the beard. Thank you. I do what I can. Creep on the pot. She likes it. Well, this would be where I would like get a nice close up of the face, but at the moment. But yes, like I said, we got our drop game. That's part of our Lego because just not too long ago, we did hit a sub goal where I have to stop everything I'm doing and build a Lego set. I wasn't anticipating this is actually going to happen tonight, so We were working on some other space crafting, but what we love to do on this channel, what I love to do and love to show you guys, well, you can't see my backyard at the moment. It's 10:20 at night here in central Ontario, Canada, but we like to take images of outer space. We like to show you images that you necessarily don't get to see with your own eyes. Our meat cameras are incredibly inefficient, but I have a big telescope and I like to share these images of I like to share images of outer space. What stars are available? The three that we have here. The stars we are looking at are every star we're looking at right now are stars in our own galaxy.
I am
Oh,
inevitable.
Wild Cosby, how you doing? Good to see you tonight. How are things? Potchfad, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome you into the observatory. So we like to take some live images of outer space. Theo, thank you as well. You were just talking about Thanos. With that channel point redeemed, there is a 50-50 chance that I will be dusted, or I will survive the snap. But thankfully, at that point, I did survive. But we like to take live images of outer space, show you guys something different. Most recently, we've been looking at some galaxies. We've been looking at the moon. Targets that are generally unavailable to our eyes. Show you something a little different. Star Phoenix Lover, you're always available. We're good to see you in here. Thank you so much for joining in. Yes, Doug for short. Glad to have you as well. So yes, if you do land for 98.5 or higher, you do get a gifted sub to the channel. It's not 50-50, it's 36-3. It's a random action, it's either one or the other. But apparently Gandalf is keeping track. But we will show you, I'll show you the moon. I'll show you the Orion Nebula. Areas of star forming regions that are relatively close to us. This is about maybe 1,400 light years away. One of the closest most closest stellar nurseries to our galaxy. Oh, sorry, pardon me. It's in our galaxy, to our solar system. I love the little woo sound. It's kind of cute. It's Sailor Canuck. In the name of Canada, he will punish evil. And I will drink Tim Hortons, don't worry. So the Orion Nebula is a smaller area, stellar star-forming region within the larger Orion constellation. When you're looking up, you see the 3 stars of Orion's belt: Alnitak, Alnilam, Mintaka. And depending on where you are, and depending on what time it is, I think Orion has set. There we go. So the Orion Nebula, the target we were just looking at, that is this area here in the constellation of Orion. Now you can see the Orion Nebula with your own eyes as a faint little fuzzy area below or above the belt of Orion, depending if you're in the southern or northern hemisphere. But we are always looking to take some interesting images of outer space, be it the maybe even looking at the moon. The moon has been in our face quite a while. Have I watched Alan Wallace's video tutorial on the moon? I have not yet. I haven't checked that out, but I will. I'll open that link, and then we'll add that to our collection.
Holy potatoes!
We had Tim Hortons in your area once, and unfortunately didn't do enough business. It was sadly replaced by Dunkin' Donuts. Oh, that's That sucks to hear, but hey, you know, I guess they can't all be gold. Sorry, drinking the coffee, and the potato wanted to. Theo, this looks good. This looks like a good drop. Oh, I thought that was going to be. I thought you were going to land it. I thought you were going to stick it, Theo. But this is what we love to do. Take a look at other galaxies. Our nearest galactic neighbor, the Andromeda Galaxy, 2.5 million light years away. Now, this is taken with a different telescope where we can see the entire galaxy of Andromeda. Hey, just like the pan, you are happy. There are some emotes that work so well in the drop game. I like this one. This one looks like a block spinning. I like that one from AZ Pinoy. But yes, this is the. Like I said, this Sunday theme is usually for our LEGO streams. Is the constellation Leo visible tonight? Yes, it sits in the eastern sky for quite a while. But our Andromeda, our nearest galactic neighbor, is 6 full moons. If you're looking at a full moon in the night sky, 6 full moons would be required to cover the width of the Andromeda Galaxy that we can see from this vantage point. 2.5 million light years away, and we are on a collision course. Our Milky Way galaxy and the Andromeda. So the Leo constellation does sit in the east, and there are some tremendous galactic targets within the Leo constellation. And at this point, when you're looking towards this area of the night sky, we're looking out above our band of the Milky Way. So we're looking out into interstellar space. So there isn't a large enough concentration of gas and dust and just local stars to really block our view, and we get to see more galaxies. Somebody left the door open. In several billion years, we'll be part of the Milkdromeda galaxy. Not only will we have, will it be Milkdromeda, but the Triangulum galaxy is going to join the fracas as well. So this is the Triangulum galaxy, Messier 33, which is closer to Andromeda and about 2.8 million light years distant from us. So the three of us, this galaxy, our galaxy, and Andromeda, are all entangled. They're all gravitationally bound, and like Lily said, in a few billion years, we will all get together for the galaxy's biggest star party. So mark that in your Google calendars, your iCal, whatever you like to use. And then we'll all get together in a few billion years and check out the sights as more stars join our galaxies. So, Shidohari, you had mentioned, what if I tried to make this this Lego set a timed build? This is why I would not put that challenge forth. So we got, pardon me. So yes, because of meeting our sub goal, this is what we do. We stop everything and we build a Lego set. Nothing too complicated, nothing too overly detailed, but we do have some of these little sets to hand. And starting off with piece number 1. So we'll be finished before the end of the stream. Oh, you're killing me, Smalls. It should be. I mean, I wanted to continue working on our art piece as well, because Actually, this one probably won't. Is it probably going to go much farther? I said should. Should. We shall see. But this is the microfighter, the Razor Crest microfighter. We have the large-sized Razor Crest that will be built down the line. We'll have a big special stream for that one. But it is also going to be on the docket for the next set that might get smashed. So, should someone start a prediction on whether you'll finish before the end of the stream? Let's see. Can we... Oh, I can't see. I have to do it elsewhere? The answer is just going to be no. Name the prediction. Will... All right, let's put that up, the prediction for... You got 5 minutes. You got 5 minutes to join in the prediction. I've seen someone make the Razor Crest out of cardboard and did it with so much detail. That sounds cool. Do you have, Chris, do you have a link to it? That'd be kind of neat to see. All right, get your predictions in. Will I actually finish this set before the stream completes? Bet your channel points. Who is it going to be? Who has faith in me? It looks like a lot of people don't have faith in me. Oh my God. All right. What are we at? 3 hours, 30 minutes. All right, let's see. Let's see how this goes. Where did my... There we go. All right, step number 1. Bah. I guess I'll probably say we'll wrap this up around 11. Can I finish a 98-piece Lego set in half an hour? Yeah, I don't even believe that. You've all seen what's happened before. But this is, I guess it's slightly the norm for things that we like to do. But no, it has been a very, very enjoyable build. Sorry, enjoyable construction of the Perler artwork up until my mouth burned off, and then we had to switch gears over to this. But as always, I do thank you for joining today. And whether you're lurking or you're You're in on chat. I appreciate you very much. I thank you so much for spending time here. The one commodity we just can't earn back, and I cannot express my gratitude enough for those who have joined us and those who have been sharing the name of Astro Canuck with people, and always glad to meet new friends of the channel. Because without you guys, without you all hanging out here with me, it is me eating hot food and
Holy
talking to a computer
potatoes.
screen for nothing. Science, what's going on, Belinda? How are you? Get your prediction in. Will we finish this Lego set before the stream ends? I guess I'm kind of saying before 11 p.m. as a build cutoff time. But how are you doing? Shouldn't I be building? Yeah, probably. Yes, no, maybe so. Where's all our work? Where is that piece? There we go. All right, is it just one of those that we need? All right, so this was the, like I said, this was the, oop. No, that's the wrong piece. Okay, it looks like I'm self-sabotaging here, but I really ain't. There we go. Oh, peas and rice. I think the nose might have it. All right, well, let's see how that prediction goes. All right, but as goes the stream, so goes my challenges, my goals that we have for everything that we want to do here, and everything that we are grateful for the support. I don't feel bad yet to take Fox's wingtips apart after you built them, because you finally figured out that they're going in two different directions from the brown pieces. It wasn't an extensive rebuilding, was it? Was it at least fairly unintrusive? Pardon me. Let's see. Now this goes. That's like that. Yes. Perfect. Oh no, I will totally. I've totally mucked up builds. Actually, I think the worst one that I had that I mucked up was the Saturn V, where I had to go back several steps and very carefully take pieces apart, because yeah, everything was just, I had it oriented in the wrong way, and nothing I couldn't, there was no kind of fixing it up and just saying, okay, we'll just continue on with that. It was not going to happen. You had to do that when trying to fix other parts of Fox's wings, but you got it all done. Do you have any pictures of it completed? Because I always love to see what people are doing. I had to fight to get the things back to where they were, because it was the wheels. Well, as long as everything worked out in the end. That's always good. All right, I think that we were probably going to be well on track for this one. He says, sending a drop notification in there. You know the round wheels with 4 arms with rounded ball shapes at the end? I can picture the orientation with that. All right, this is going to be well, I would say this is probably going to be a quicker build than the actual Razor Crest set, or the large scale Razor Crest, but I would imagine it'll probably go about the same. We'll end up getting like the wrong pieces assembled. Because 2 of them were going together in opposite directions to move the wings. Oh, so it was it wasn't actually moving when you move the mechanism. Nothing had happened. Have you seen the latest Harry Potter sets that have been announced? With the Ministry of Magic, Dumbledore's quarters. Like, I'm not... there's only one Harry Potter set that I want to add into our collection. And that is the Astronomy Tower. But I'm waiting for one more time. I really think that they're going to give the... have the Gryffindor dorms again with the gift with purchase. Do I watch anime? No. Like, closest I probably would have been like Dragon Ball back in the late high school days. That would have probably been like the closest kind of a Japanese animation. Surely you watched Akira. No, I haven't. Don't call me Shirley. It was one of those things I knew. Okay, maybe I watched like a couple Ghost in the Machine, but that would have been about it. I was aware of Akira. Unfollows, unmods. Oh my goodness. No, I just never... I never, like, shunned anybody for watching any of the animes. But it just really never ended up being a staple of my viewing habits. But I know a great deal of people's inspiration does come from the anime series. Does come from anime series. All right. Well, I'm tempting fate by doing drops as well. May as well. If it brings us one step closer to making a donation to the Canadian Cancer Society, as well as shaving my head, well, I guess I ultimately brought it upon myself. So usually we do reserve Lego builds for Sunday mornings, or if there is like a special day, or if, in the case of me putting a challenge forth, and then the community smashes it. So also I do love to build Lego, which is why we have an entire stream day dedicated to it. But also at the heart of it, everything gets dropped if we have some clear skies here in central Ontario. Potch! Oh, 98.5. That was... that was so incredibly close. What is the goal? 98.5. However, oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Rules is rules. I do have a heart. We got the Heart Nebula. When are we going to see something that close again? There have been times. Shidohari, you may not have been here for the day when chat soaked me for 7 gifted subs in one stream. It happened. It happened here. I don't know what, but there's also been times when the game gives nothing out. The bot might do it. No, the bot didn't. Bot didn't get it. Didn't get it on this one. Just the slow sink. I guess I should turn on the. I should probably turn on the droplets, where y'all can impact your drop. The other way, you can impact drops with bits or these the 10 channel points. You know, those will for 10 channel points you can do the droplets that can impact anybody landing. So you can either be a hero or you can be a prick, whichever way you want to look at it. I think we're still on the same round. Wellerman rum. Soon may the Wellerman come. Hello, Wellerman. How are you? See, 90... My goodness, 98. 98 point... What was it? Is it not showing the scores? 98.38. Interesting, it didn't, it should... Oh, my bot doesn't come up with the scores. So I can't... Okay, at least you remembered that. Alright, I'm very tempted to bend the rule, also because Potchfat did bring in an awesome raid as well. I know rules is rules, but also at the same time, it's my stream, and I can do what I want. And if I do a tiny bend of the rules for Potchfad, you may be okay with the rules. But I'm going to do it for you, my friend. So, Potchfat, and we'll write that drop on there because that was your drop. But thank you so much for playing the game as well as bringing an awesome raid. It's greatly appreciated. On to the spike of appreciation for you. Chat wins. Yes, so that also, to my detriment, it takes HP off of the Ghost Pepper, and it does add one more tick to the the head shaving possibility. Potch is part of this. Oh my goodness. Wellerman rum. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Wellerman. Houston. Wellerman, we've as a very epic first time message for the 1,000 bits. Oh my goodness. All right. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. Now, what I haven't done yet is updated our 1,000 bits, because for every 500 bits, there is the world's worst bowl of cereal, which is these delicious cheesy moon cheese bites that go with some hot sauce. But for 1,000 bits, in the 1,000 bits, we have the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. And that incorporates our Screamin' Hot Boot Jalakia chip nuts and a little bit of creeper sauce. That is our delicious Pepper North Black Cherry and Carolina Reaper. I love Steve for going to bat for this. He wasn't prepared. Let me start by thanking all my friends and family. I'd also like to thank my spine for always having my back. I'd like to thank the sidewalks for keeping me off the streets. And last but not least, I'd like to thank my legs for always holding me up and moving me forward. What a wonderful acceptance speech, Potch. That's tremendous. So yes, Wellerman, for the galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. Normally I'd salute you, but sometimes we also say F you for that. And the worst part is that I have to talk, and talking makes the heat worse. Oh my goodness. Wellerman, thank you so much for that. And also, for the 1,000 bits, earning the carbon badge, but also our new ghost pepper emote that I made just the other day. A bowl of cereal makes you want to punch yourself in the mouth with a lava-covered fist. Look, I don't claim to be a superhero on this, nor am I immune to the spice. But damn if it doesn't have a really, really good flavor. Also, Potchfat, I appreciate you sticking around following the raid. Glad to see you in here. Glad to, like, that brief little view I had on your stream. Looking at that artwork, dude, that looks serious. How is it possible? All right. Peanuts. I like peanuts. The black cherry is actually really, really good. However, everything else is just pain. Everything else just hurts. Pachi's a good guy. He just exudes good vibes. Well, listen, Lily, if you are hanging around with Pachi, I trust your taste in streams. See you hanging around with JD as well. Just awesome communities. So I thank you again for suggesting this stream to bring some new friends in. Even if it is at the detriment of my porcelain throne tomorrow. Really big on loving and supporting people. You try to stay as long as you can when you raid. You respect what you're doing by streaming, sharing yourself with others, and bring joy to people. I appreciate that very much, Potch. Thank you. I know that we people wouldn't stream if you didn't love what you did, you know? So yeah, I appreciate it, and I love to share everything that brings me joy, even if it is maybe a little bit of pain. But no, joy to people with pain to himself. All right. Oh my goodness. I have like 1 minute to finish this because I said it was going to be like 11 o'clock for the cutoff for that the prediction. I thought I was going to get it done in a half an hour. Silly me. I'm thinking it's 98 pieces. How bad could it be? This, I love this though. I love this. Wellerman. Oh my gosh, thank you. Thank you very much. That's very kind of you. My goodness. Yes, thank you very much for the tip. Thank you so much. Like I do everything that I can here to share my love of astronomy, share my childhood joy of building Lego sets. Like everything on here goes towards mild improvements of the stream physically. A lot of all the technical work is done by me on here. I am also a graphic designer of 30 years. No, that makes no sense. Of 20, around 20 years, 20 plus years. When did I start doing graphic design? Like when I was like 17. But yeah, we are always. Oh my goodness. Caffeine. Oh my goodness. What's up, Daddy Calf? Hello. Obi Macaroni. How you doing, Obi? Yo, Caffeine, what's going on, brother? How you doing? Oh, not a Hobbit. You missed. It was, yeah, we had Wellerman tip about $20 to the observatory. It's greatly appreciated. Calf, welcome in. How are you doing? Ed Sparta, what's going on? Yeah, doing well. Doing fairly damn well tonight. My mouth is on fire. Everything burns, but otherwise doing really good. What were you up to? You doing a little bit of Zelda. How did that go? Was it a modded one? Yeah, good to see you in here. Caffeine Daydream, thank you so much. And if you guys aren't following Caffeine Daydream, if you have heard people say that they like listening to my voice for some weird reason, go check out Caffeine Daydream. He is as smooth as a triple filtered espresso. Welcome. A little low vibes. Wanted just to chill and play a game tonight. Awesome. That's cool. We are slowly going to be doing that, adding a little bit of a game night on here in the Tuesday streams. But yeah, it's wonderful to have you in here. Always great to chill out in your streams as well, Cav. But I welcome you in. Ed Sparta, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome into the observatory. For those who are new to the channel, my name is Tom. I am the Astro Canuck, and it is my pleasure to share my love of astronomy and a little bit of Lego with you as well. But here in my backyard, here in central Ontario, at the moment the weather sucks. We can see one of our cell towers about 3 kilometers away. But usually we are taking live images of outer space, looking at galaxies millions of light years away. And just sharing these images with you as often as possible. Gibson Picks, what's going on? Dustin, how you doing, man? Good to see you in here. Hope you're doing well. Yes, we are. Oh, okay. Sorry. A little bit of hot peppers tonight and some hot sauce is here. Let me just moon you for a quick moment. Tom is most excellent cafe fam. Hey, listen, I thank you very much, Calf. You know, it's I love the vibes in your chat as always, and I just always hope that those who come in and join us, you know, are enlightened, are just feel just as comfortable in here as they do in Caffeine stream or as in Potch Fam stream. You know, it is great to meet some new friends. Observatory is back up and running, and 2 more ready in 2 weeks. Buzz me when you want access. Brother, I will. It has been an absolute show here for weather. So yes, I will give you a shout. I'll fill you in on what's been going on in the past few weeks anyway. So, but no, it's good to see you in here. Dustin Gibson Picks that you're seeing in chat. He is the man who is responsible for all the awesome things that you see from OPT telescopes out in California. We have used the large telescope out there in California as well a couple of times on stream. So whenever the weather is absolutely terrible here, then sometimes we might get the opportunity to bust out the big 17-inch telescope rather than our little 8-incher out here. But yes, what we love to do here is astronomy, is sharing images of outer space. And, you know, we pick on the moon a lot, but when we can get an image of the moon with some awesome earth shine, where you can see what is usually in shadow. If you do long enough exposure, you can see you can see the entire moon, which is the reflected light off of the Earth. Got you covered, Rasa. Hobbit! Oh, thank you, Hobbits. Not a hobbit. Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Gibson Picks. Greatly appreciated. On to the last remaining vestige of just the tip of the pillar of appreciation. I got you covered, Rasa 11, Planewave 17, and a secret 100mm refractor. Oh my goodness. It was a wonderful golem. Thank you. Thank you. Only 78 more to go. Oh, I've never been so nervous for a challenge before. Sim rocking the Radiant Raptor. There are some, you want to check out also SimView does some fantastic imaging as well. Better end the prediction. Yes, that prediction is, well, I was terrible at that one. How do I end the prediction? Choose outcome. Will I finish the Lego set? That is a no. That is a no. I've seen some awesome work come from the Raptors. Even gave you an extra 8 minutes. That wasn't enough. We knew that wasn't going to work. But it will get finished. It has to get finished. Why would we leave like this much left on the little Razor Crest? I know we were so close, but as Lily said. We're good. All right, that's those. That's for that galaxy's worst bowl of cereal. What you sipping there, Alma? What are you sipping on there, my friend? Why? Well, that is the nectar of the gods. That is from the. It's from the Timothy of Horton. Yeah, we got some Timmies. Mrs. Canuck was kind enough to pick me up a coffee earlier on. There isn't. Well, it's really just not enough coffee for all the hot peppers. We had a ghost pepper. I almost want to wrap up the stream very quick, just in case if that gets down to 0 again. Little cute girl, what's going on? I got a nice new washed Ethiopian. How is that? Better warn Mrs. Canuck to stay out of the bathroom. You got a Tanzanian coffee on deck. So why is it pronounced Tanzania, not Tanzania? It sounds much more exciting that way. All right. What I love about this set already, not only because it's the Mandalorian, but printed pieces. We love printed pieces of Lego. That's the important bit. Because I have this sentiment, many others share this sentiment, stickers. You get your greasy fingers all over it while you're trying to build things and they start slipping off. No. Pardon me. All these ghost peppers. All right. We also have a little bit of ice cream as well, which is basically turned to liquid. I'm gonna have to throw this in the freezer. Yeah, we're gonna have to throw this in the freezer. Or just drink it. Anybody want to predict if Tom will have to run to the loo? Yeah, if suddenly y'all are sent off to a raid without any thanks, you know why. All right, tired as hell, man. Gonna grab some sleep. Give me a shout this week. I love what you're doing here. Let's get you set up with the rigs in Cali, Texas. Excellent. Dustin, thank you so much, man. I appreciate it. And the opportunity to share more of the sky with people is always fantastic. So yes, take care, get some sleep, get some rest, my friend. And we will see you again real soon. If you also want to check out some other awesome content that Dustin has set up, check out the Clear Skies Network as well. You got a network of awesome people sharing their skies around the world. Sound a little pained, sir. How are those intestines? Oh boy. I never complain. I'm not going to complain about it. I do it to myself. But at the same time, I only put that out there. Y'all are the ones clicking the buttons. No, but I appreciate it to absolutely no end. Whoops. And let's break not smashing a Lego set, we're just breaking it, that's all. That's what's happening. All right, we are going to get this one finished. We're going to get this set finished. I promise. But yeah, this was the 5 hours later. Where y'all going? You go there? Yeah, that looks good. That seems... Pardon me. All right. Tomorrow is Saturday. Saturday is usually the streams for doing some image processing, as well as any other astronomical news and chatting about astrophotography, how much we hate clouds. You know, the usual. What I will probably still end up doing is a little bit more of this artwork, at least to be ready for the following Tuesday, when we will play a little bit of Kerbal Space Program. And then we'll oh my goodness. The ghost peppers. They burn. Forget the Lego. No, we're there. We are there. Oh, save yourself. You You don't have to do it. No, we're good. Watch how fast he builds a Lego set. Can't he take it anymore, Captain? He's giving it all he's got. Oh, peas and rice. Let's get that over in the right direction. Oh, there we go. Oh my goodness. All right. So these load up in there. In the, that, they fire out. Wonderful. They go all over the place. Look, it's got the little door to get in. Little, All right. Mando has his blaster. Well, it's not his, it's not the big blaster. But look at him. That's so cool. Little. There we go. A tiny little microfighter. All in thanks for reaching this goal here to stop everything we're doing and build a little Lego set. But the bonus part is, what I love is all the extra pieces. Look at all these extra bits and pieces that we have. All right. That's awesome. Exclamation point drop if you want to get in on that drop game for probably 1 or 2 more rounds. As we...
Inevitable.
Gandalf feeling a little cheated out of that, perhaps. There, it's a cute little build. 37 out of 3, not 50-50.
This is the way. I'm the Mandalorian. This is the way.
That's not what he sounds like. Oh my goodness. D-Gag, how you doing? Holy potatoes. What a Friday night. Hopefully you all have had a good week and you've enjoyed your time here. We'll be continuing this Perler set for the space portrait tomorrow during the stream because, well, what do? We finished like 1.5 lines tonight. You're performing your own scientific test, getting a large enough sample to reduce your standard deviation down to a reasonable amount. And just to show you that there isn't any funny stuff that we do here, that it really is here's the thing. Yes or no. It's a random action. Or yes or no. You quite literally have a 50-50 chance on that snap working. That be that. I feel really short on this camera angle. Are you just doing and giggles? Are you not blowing all your points on one snap? Imagine it's the one. Imagine. Yeah, that's it. I'm like 4'8". It's just the beard that makes me look tall. So yes, we will continue this tomorrow, as well as a little bit of image processing for. I got a few hours on some targets that I would like to stack and get a little bit of a look and see what kind of details we can pull out. Because usually when we're taking a look at targets, the amount of time that we have, the moon is a nice quick one because it doesn't take that much time. It is a nice bright target. We don't have to wait for millennia for photons to have reached us. So I think what I'll probably do is maybe look at what the data we have on this target, on Bode's Nebula. This galaxy about 12 million light years away. A little closer, a little larger, a little more detail we can discern out of this. So we'll see how that's going to look. Me putting lots of effort into something totally meaningless. Oh dear, Gandalf. Run. Oh my goodness. All right, let's see. Who do we have? What do we got going on tonight?
Also, wait. That's better. Now I can see. Alright, so.
Let's see what we got going on. Actually, she's really nice. She's really sweet when she's asleep. All right, because we haven't had this opportunity, and Sim is live, and Sim is doing some live astrophotography, I would like to send you guys over to SimView. Doing some live imaging tonight. Go drop a follow. Go check out their view of the night sky. And I think that's what we want to check out this evening. Because if my skies are crummy, someone else is going to have some good skies. Sim, pretend to be very surprised when we pop in, okay? Contract on life created by wife. Rot-row. Rot-row. There you go. There is our raid message. Let's go say hello to SimView. Taking some live images of outer space tonight. And, I'd love to see that more people are doing this on Twitch. Sharing live astrophotography. Sharing the cosmos as often as possible. But thank you guys so much for tuning in tonight. One more time. Exclamation point drop. Get you in the drop game. See if you can do one more gifted sub. Push us ever so closer to shaving my head. But you all have been absolutely incredible this evening. Thank you all so much for getting to a level 5 hype train. It's greatly appreciated, and congratulations to Bright Jess for winning the giveaway for the Astro Canuck sticker pack. It is always my pleasure to share my love of astronomy with you, and if we can share some clear images of the night sky here in Central Ontario, that's what I want to do. I want to be able to share my love with and passion for astrophotography and astronomy, and I greatly thank to Pochfad as well as Caffeine Daydream for the raids tonight. And those who have subscribed and resubscribed and donated bits, it is greatly appreciated. And those who spend time, those who spend the unrechargeable, is that the word I'm looking for? The commodity you can't earn back in any way, shape, or form. You are absolutely so wonderful. So let's send you guys over to SimView. Doing some live astrophotography. What I love to do and what they love to do. We're happy to have you share this time with us. Have a very good evening. We will see you tomorrow, 7 p.m. Eastern Time, where we will continue on with some live image processing, as well as continuing on with this little guy here. See how far we can get on this project. So, as always, I have been Tom. I am the Astro Canuck. I'm not here to change the world. I'm here to share the universe. Have a very good morning, a very good evening, a very good night, wherever you are. And we'll see you real soon.